Evening, everyone. The time is 5:07 p.m. It is Tuesday, August the 16th. I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. With the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
Tobias.
Here. All right, 6 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, we're going to close citizen comments period. Next up, executive session. Mayor Pro Tem. Short stick.
Okay, the City Council welcomes, pursuant to Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may come into executive session pursuant to any lawful exceptions contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to section 55.071, Kyle Uber 314 update, Pete Dressing Housing, a settlement offer in cause number 18-1282, Jesse Espinosa versus the city of Kyle, Texas, in the 22nd Judicial District Court of Hays County, Texas. Case number 407-18-3098, Jesse Espinosa versus the Kyle Police Department in the State Office of Administrative Hearings. Convene into executive session to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives in one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project Traverse, Project Penny, Project Texas Original, Project Healing Energy, Project Greenleaf. All right. We're good. All right. Sorry, we missed one item, pending or contemplated litigation to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to section 55.071 on meet and confer agreement. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. And now we're going to call the regularly scheduled council meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:08 p.m. It is Tuesday, August the 16th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
Tobias.
Here. All right, 6 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead make a motion to approve the minutes for City Council special meeting July 28th, special meeting August 2nd, and also the regular scheduled meeting for August the 2nd, 2022.
Second.
All right, it's been motioned by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, that we approve the minutes. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. Next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. First up, I have wishing to register an opinion but not speak against agenda item number 29 is Angelita Tobias. And then second is Mario Perez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, my name is Mario Perez, and I wanted to comment regarding agenda item number 26. It's a proposed development on the west side of Marketplace Avenue, approximately 400 linear feet south of City Lights Drive. I'm not sure if y'all are aware of this property in particular, both on the west side and east side of Marketplace. A lot of this land is situated in the floodplain. If you look at a FEMA map, which is even the one I used was old, from 2005, it showed portions of this land in the floodplain. It also extended into Marketplace Avenue. So in an event if we have a 100-year storm event, we can all imagine that some of that property will be flooded along with Marketplace Avenue. We all remember the flood from 2015 to Halloween. That was a historic flood. It was actually over a 500-year flood event or storm event. So you can imagine what that property is going to look like but when we have another 100-year storm event. So there is some wording or language in the city's Code of Ordinances that states that every development or redevelopment regarding commercial or single family must have an egress for that property that's located outside the 100-year flood. And that's to evacuate those residents. And that's the purpose is also to be able to, emergency vehicles to reach that property in case of an emergency. Half Associates did a study. It was titled City of Kyle Drainage Master Plan. It was published back in November 2018. It was a well-written study. They quoted some of the rainfall values that Atlas 14 came up with. And I'm just going to go along 3 bullets that will have an impact with the current rainfall. In Kyle, on average, the 100-year 24-hour rainfall amounts increased from 10.4 inches to 13.2 inches, an increase of approximately 2.8 inches. Number 2, rainfall values previously classified as the 500-year 24-hour event are now considered closer to a 100-year storm event. And then finally, the values previously classified as a 100-year 24-hour storm event are now closer to a 50-year storm event. So meaning what was classified as 500 is now considered 100 floodplain boundary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the citizen comment forms I have. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments period. It is now closed. All right, next up is agenda item number 4, agenda order. Is there anyone who wishes to propose moving any of the items around? All right, seeing none. Next up, presentation, update on various capital improvement projects, city manager's report. Mr. Hendrix.
Mayor and Council, for the record, Jerry Hendrix, acting city manager. Just want to remind you that our last budget work session is scheduled for next Thursday, August 25th. And we also have a budget work session at the end of the regular meeting tonight. I wanted to ask the council about rescheduling our meeting on October 4th, which will coincide with National Night Out. Traditionally, we've either moved that meeting or canceled it. So I just wanted to put that on your radar, and if you wanted to discuss that this evening or put it on another agenda item.
Can we move it to that Monday?
I'm sorry?
Can we move it to, is anybody opposed to moving it to the Monday prior? So the 3rd?
That probably makes the most sense,
I
frankly.
think moving it to that Monday would be the best. I would
I
support
move it
that.
to Monday the 3rd?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask Rachel Sonier to come up and talk about our boards and commissions openings.
Hello, Council. Rachel Sonier, Communications Director. So we're in the final month of our open applications for boards and committees. We've had quite a few entries, but we're still always looking for more applicants. We have openings on our library board, Parks and Rec board, Economic Development and Tourism Board, as well as Art Commission and others. So if you're interested, please go apply. It's cityofkyle.com/BC is where the application is located, as well as descriptions of all the boards and committees in Kyle. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Mariana Espinoza, our Parks Director, is next.
Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. So beginning this week, now that school is back in session, the James Atkins Pool will only be open on weekends for the next 3 weekends, on Saturdays and Sundays from 12 to 6, and the pool closes on September 4th, so after Labor Day. And then we come back on September 18th for the doggy dip. So that's an update on the pool hours. And then this Saturday, we have National Honeybee Day at Mary Kyle Hartson Park between 10 and 2. The first 100 folks to show up will be able to get a hanging basket full of flowers. They can grow their own pots, and then they can also do beekeeping and honeybee education classes. And then next Friday at Steeplechase Park between 5 and 7, we will be celebrating National Dog Day, and the first 20 dogs to arrive will get goodie bag treats, and that's at Steeplechase Park Dog Park. And then the Parks and Recreation Department is honored to have worked on the Scenic City application with many other departments in the city. The Scenic City Certification Program recognizes cities that have demonstrated commitment to high-quality scenic standards for public roadways and spaces. And we are pleased to announce that the City of Kyle has received the gold level certification for Scenic City. Official recognition will take place at the Texas Municipal League Conference in October in San Antonio. And as I mentioned, there were many, many departments that worked on this certification. Specifically, our Interim Planning Director, Will Atkinson, our Stormwater Management Administrator, Kathy Roker, our City Engineer, Leon Barba, Public Works Director, Harper Wadler, Police Chief, Barnett, Park Maintenance Manager, Benito Pereda, our Environmental Services and Trades Division Manager, Chance Padir, and I hope I did not forget anyone, but it was a big team effort that were able to achieve the gold level certification. And then just a couple more reminders since the next 2 events are coming up. Pie in the Sky is on Saturday, September 3rd from 12 to 8 at Greg Clark Park. All entertainment is listed on piesinthesky.com, as well as parking and additional information that you may need for the event day. And then on Sunday, September 11th, we will have the official ribbon cutting for the Heroes Memorial Park starting at 9 o'clock a.m. on the corner of 1626 and Colors Crossing where Heroes Memorial Park is located. And that's all I have.
Thank you. To start off our Team Kyle update, I'd like to ask Chief Barnett to come up, please.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police for the record. So tonight, we're here to celebrate one of our employees as she begins a new career and is unfortunately leaving the city of Kyle, and we are sad to see her leave, but we are here to champion her accomplishments and praise her for all that she's done for the city. Ms. Chrissy Milliken is your Emergency Communications Manager. She supervises your Emergency 911 Center and has done so for many years. Chrissy is in the back of the room, so in a minute I'm going to ask her to come up so that y'all can each tell her the same. But Chrissy has done an amazing job as the leader of our Emergency 911 Center here in Kyle. Chrissy began her career in 1998 with Southwest Texas State University, where she was a student worker and she provided safety escorts on the campus. She then, in 1999, took on the role as a facility access guard, where she responded to burglar and fire alarms on the student campus, and then was hired as a dispatcher in June of 2000. She reminded us that back then they didn't even have the mapping systems that we have for 911 that we currently have today with the advances in technology. Later, she served as a San Marcos PD dispatcher in 911 and a communications training officer before coming to the Kyle Police Department in 2008. She's been here my entire career here, and she has been an amazing employee, an amazing supervisor, and an amazing leader in her field. She's recognized for many things. She's recognized for her commitment to this organization and her passion for the job that she does. She has her, She received in 2009 the Emergency Communications Specialist of the Year Award. She did so again in 2010. She became our first lead telecommunicator that we've ever had here at the Kyle Police Department in 2010. She was promoted to supervisor in 2014. She's been here through the entire co-location process as we had joined our dispatch centers in the county. She is a leader in her field, and we are going to miss her greatly. If I can invite Miss Chrissy Milliken up so that you can see her. And let me tell you one more thing before she gets here. Her last day is Thursday. We are going to honor her with a luncheon at the dispatch center at noon on Thursday, and then an ice cream social and reception at the police department Thursday afternoon at 4, if any of you are free to come by and say your goodbyes then as well. Chrissy?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, you know, it's a really sad day for us here at the city of Kyle. I know a lot of people don't understand how important our dispatch is, but on top of that, the procedures and policies that you help write, create, and move the city forward to be able to respond to emergencies is, I can't even begin to tell you how much I appreciate that, how much love and so much dedication that you put into your job and to the people of Kyle. I'll never be able to capture all the words that I want to say thank you. Thank you for all that you've done for our city, and you're going to be truly missed. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Other comments? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, ma'am. Just want to say thank you for your years of service. Just look back at your career in the beginnings of what it was and see where it's at now, and you played a big part of that. Just always remember that. You're very appreciated. You'll be missed. Thank you very much for your service for our city of Kyle. Thank you.
Councilmember Flores-Kale.
So, normally I would have a lot to say, but I am in complete shock, and I'm sad is the only word I can use to describe. I know how much you've done for the city, and I completely understand. You're gonna know you're gonna be missed. Like this is tough because I didn't right from left field. I did not even see it coming. I can only hope that you're going on to do bigger and better things, because there's some people you just cannot replace, and in this instance, that is you. So I will try my best to be there Thursday, but with such short notice. No, it's okay. I without a doubt know that there is probably some reason behind that, but you're going to be missed, and I'm not even going to pretend like you're going to be replaced or that we're going to find someone as qualified or that has half the heart that you do. So thank you for all your service. It is without a doubt appreciated, and it does not go unseen. So you're going to be missed.
Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. I know I haven't been here long enough, but I just wanted to say thank you for what you have done for the city. I know you will be missed by the department and by the city completely, but I want to wish you the best. Whatever you're going to do next, I know you're going to excel at that, and really just best wishes to you.
Anyone else? All right, Jerry.
I just want to say Chrissy's one of those people, and she's easy to miss because she doesn't put herself out there, but you don't miss what she does and what her contributions are. And you're right, you don't replace somebody like Chrissy, but Chrissy's work here has made it to where whatever person or persons come in to take over her job duties, she's laid the groundwork to where they'll be able to do that, pick up those responsibilities running, and the whole city is a better place for what she's done and her contributions here. So I'm going to miss you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I said I didn't want to talk because I do not want to cry for everybody. It's very, very difficult to leave. But I do want everyone to know that one of the best decisions I ever made was when I made the choice to come to the city of Kyle. And I'm so happy to have got to finish out my law enforcement career and 911 career here with the city. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Chrissy.
So it's a great regret that I asked Matt Dawson to come join me at the podium. As you've all heard, Matt is moving on to, I don't know if they're bigger and greater things, but he's moving on, and there's lots of things I can say about Matt. I remember being on the interview panel where we were looking for our first ever IT director, and Matt's not one of those overwhelming type personalities. But if you look back at what he's done, he's literally transformed everything that runs on electricity and has an on-off switch. Matt's been a part of making that better and a better experience for him. And the real accomplishment that he's had was when we had to start locking down for COVID, and it was literally like in an afternoon we had to turn everything into virtual. Matt had us set up to where it was like flipping a switch. We never skipped a beat. We never stopped providing a service, and we never stopped taking a phone call, returning emails, or taking payments, or going out and doing things. And it was all because of the infrastructure Matt and his team set up. And I think that's the other part about Matt. He's leaving us with a stellar team, and that's a sign of a true leader when you can step away and the organization is in a place where you don't skip a beat. And that's testament to Matt's leadership and his ability to build a team. And personally, I'm just going to miss having him around, because if you haven't ever talked to him, he has a great wit. But we're going to know where to find him, and Matt, can't say enough about what you've done, and I just want to thank you for all you've done. There's not many people here taller than me that I get to hug.
Let's say that again.
There's not many people here taller than me that I get to hug.
Does anybody have any comments on Matt? Councilor Tobias.
All right. I'll be very brief as always, but I just want to say, Matt, thank you, sir, for the times when I'm coming in and I can't get my password set up and I'm just in a panic, and then it's like you just go type this and swipe and boom, here you go, Tobias, you're good to go. So I really appreciate that. But especially during COVID, Mr. Hendrix, you nailed it right there. When I got elected, I attended 2 meetings, and then boom, COVID hit and everything shut down. The whole world just collapsed. And I had no clue how to sign in or get virtual or anything like that. But I appreciate your leadership and your calmness about how this all worked out, and we were able to get online and being able to accomplish what we did for the city. So you have done so much. You need to understand that during your career, during COVID, how you and your team were able to help the city continue with services and support, and especially for us on council. So I thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart, and best wishes for your future on your next endeavors. So thank you very much, sir.
Additional comments? Councilor Florescale.
Thank you. First of all, I want to wish you the best, because you deserve really good things. You are, as Jerry said, a true leader, and you showed that when you chose to leave and you already had us set up for the next best IT guy. You make everything look so easy. And that's how I know you're good at what you do, and without any complaints, and with integrity and a good heart. So you will be missed. And I'm really tired of saying that, but you are going to be really missed. We have a great group of people here, and you are definitely one of those that make my job easier, right? So in my career, it's my job to make everybody else's life easier. So it's amazing to have somebody else to make my life easier. And so thank you for that, and I hope and I wish you nothing but the best.
Appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Matt, I know everybody's thanked you, but I guess I'm going to reiterate the thank yous, because, having you here has always been a blessing for us. Your knowledge and your skills when it comes to IT is amazing. I mean, for you to walk me through something over the phone, and I've spent hours on and can't get it, but 5 minutes later of talking to you on the phone, I've got it, and it's great. But my biggest memory of you is going to be the day after the fire here in downtown Kyle. It happened to a building where I, as a young person, worked temporarily in, and it was a really sad day for me. But to come around the corner here, and I've got the picture of my phone somewhere, see you and your IT department in just portable chairs and tables next door, getting us back online from outside the building in the elements was amazing. I mean, it will never forget. I'll never forget the dedication you have to the city. So you have all my prayers and all my best wishes with you in whatever your next endeavor is. But thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I'm going to say something about Matt. I've known Matt for as long as he's been here. And what has been said about COVID is true. So I think what folks probably don't realize is that we didn't just have the best IT department, under Matt's leadership. We had the best IT department in Hays County. And when the COVID pandemic hit, that got put on full display. The city of Kyle was leading meetings because the county and other cities were not able to put it together. But we had it put together instantly, and that was thanks to Matt Dawson. And then I think about these hybrid meetings. The other jurisdictions could not handle hybrid meetings and all the complexities involved in having some folks here and some folks virtually, people calling in for comments, the layers, and then broadcasting out so that our meetings could stay public and transparent and safe. I think we were the best in the whole region in terms of I never saw someone doing it better than we did in any other city, anywhere around the Austin area. And so that's my testimony of Mr. Matt here and our entire department, our IT department. So this one hurts me a lot, Matt, because you are just an absolute Team Kyle exemplary, and I'm sad to see you go as well. And I agree with Councilman Flores-Kale. I'm tired of saying that. So hopefully we can slow that down some. But I know that you
Thank you.
You will be missed, and I'm sad to see it. But anybody else have any comments? All right.
Best of luck.
Best of luck, Matt. Good luck.
Thank you. I want to thank the council, all the citizens, all the leadership. I've served under every city manager and assistant city manager now in my time, but specifically Jerry, like you said, he hired me. Was my longest boss. And one of the reasons I came to work for Kyle, because I liked Jerry's attitude. And he's what makes local government great, in my opinion. And it's been great to see him the last 2 months leading and doing a great job. To my fellow directors and coworkers, I appreciate it. It really is a team effort here, and I feel it. And especially my staff. I could not do half of what I did without my staff. I do believe I'm leaving the department in a better place than I found it, for sure, and I leave it in capable hands. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. Best of luck.
Mayor, Council, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, emergency management briefing, William Paiz-Tabash.
Will Paiz-Tabash, Emergency Management Coordinator, for the record. Did y'all hear me? Did it work? Okay. So I was asked to come up and give you guys an overview on what emergency management has been up to in the city of Kyle. These are the basic things that I wanted to try and get delivered, which was essentially education, what is emergency management for, senior leadership, for the staff. I have listed here the independent study course, 908 EM for senior officials. Once I finish the emergency operations plan, some basic plan familiarization, determination of roles based on annex assignments. Some have been assigned, some are just self-evident. Law enforcement obviously goes to the police chief. Less evident is things like mass care, which will be delivered to Mariana Espinoza as the head of parks. We are we are now NIMS compliant because we are signatories under the county's plan. So we have a coordinator, we have a plan, we have met all of our obligations under that plan. And I intend to carry that compliance forward as we adopt our own. I'm introducing discussion-based and full-scale exercises over the next 12 months. Our first discussion-based exercise will take place tomorrow. In addition to the previous training, all staff with any tie to emergency activities. So if park staff is expected to man shelters, they're not going to do so blind. They will be trained in shelter operation. If they are shelter managers, management, if food delivery, then you'll get your food handler's license. But I will ensure that, with Mariana's help, of course, everyone who has any ties to emergency activities has that training. All agency heads are expected to take a couple of independent study courses as well as ICS 300 and 400, which are the basic level. ICS is Incident Command System. 300 and 400 are the basic level instruction delivered by TDEM, Texas Division of Emergency Management at the state. I am myself certified to deliver that, so I can serve as at least one of the instructors. And I found that our local GovU actually has an emergency plan policy and procedure training. So we already, as staff, have access to that, and I would encourage staff who are interested to peruse that. The last one is the Chapter 418 overview for the Emergency Management Director. Chapter 418 states that the chief elected official has the final authority over emergency management activities in their jurisdiction. That would be you, Mr. Mayor. Now, for planning, I intend to conduct the full threat hazard I'm ahead of myself. Threat hazard identification and risk assessment. This is a fairly comprehensive idea of what threats and hazards face the city and what is a more significant or more probable than the others. We can have some very, very high impact but low probability events, such as a massive chlorine derailment right in front of City Hall, and then low impact but high frequency events, such as routine car accidents. As I complete the various annexes, I intend to submit the full plan to the council for approval and then submit that approved plan to the state. The annexes are currently postponed as the first priority has become active shooter training for staff. 2 trainings, I want to thank PD for stepping up in a big way. 2 trainings have already been delivered on such short notice. The next training will be August 26th, and as I said before, our first discussion-based tabletop exercise is taking place tomorrow. In addition, I have collaborated closely with Jerry over at Hayes CISD on standard response plan and standard reunification method in the aftermath of the Uvalde incident. Things that the office has accomplished since I started in March. We're represented in CAPCOG's Homeland Security Task Force. We're now integrated into the National Weather Service's warning system based out of New Braunfels. Well, our local office is based out of New Braunfels. We are now in compliance with Senate Bill 968, which is wellness checks for the medically fragile. And we have had some impact on staff training. Library had reached out to me for automatic external defibrillator training. I worked with ESD5 to get that delivered. Active attack training is undergoing right now for city staff. Evacuation mapping has been all but finalized. We're awaiting some printing so I can hang these up in city facilities. The first recorded testing of the panic buttons in this building has been conducted, and regular warnings go out for severe weather events to senior staff. We are also represented in the Standard Response Protocol, Standard Reunification Method Task Force. We meet about once a month. Kyle has now met with Red Cross and United Way regarding sharing capabilities with these nonprofits. We are active participants in the regional WebEOC drills. I have annexes A, B, D, and E signed, ready to go. I believe when I wrote this, I did not have G signed, but Chief has signed off on G, which is the law enforcement annex. Subsequent EOP development is on hold until we finish active attack training. Warning templates, thanks to some very long days with Rachel in communications, all of this is now uploaded to the regional notification system, so we can put out an effective warning to a targeted area in moments rather than waiting minutes to try and draft everything out. And all water utility contacts have now been formatted and uploaded to the same system. So in the event that we do have something like water restrictions, we can put that out to everybody who pays a water bill in the city. On the horizon, I would like to introduce that aforementioned base level of training for staff and leadership. I will finish the THIRA in conjunction with the county and COG. They have offered to lend their assistance in conducting this assessment. Hope to fully staff the office and resume the emergency operation plan development to include things like function-specific training, resource inventory and typing, agreements for mass care to include sheltering, food, and stockpiling. We have had some near misses. We have had 2 incidents with schools. Fortunately, they were either aborted or completely managed with AARs completed and on file in the city. We had the Plum Creek development fire, with coordinated response both with our ESD as well as neighboring ESDs, and I got to ride along and examine the fire scene with Chief Taylor. We had the water service incident, which was thankfully averted, but we did test and discover our capability to contact our water supply sources to prepare for points of distribution, as well as the methods to coordinate with the state to ensure additional water delivery. So water will be available to citizens even if we cannot pump it out of the ground. I may have broken it. Excellent. This is the timeline that I hope to see over the next 4 years. I hope to accomplish, well, this is a lot of things to read, but it is available if y'all would like to see it. And in addition, the EOP that we currently have is the county's EOP. I cannot, at the request of the county and for some other reasons, I cannot disclose the contents of the EOP in this sort of session. However, I am willing to sit down with you guys in a closed session or just one-on-one if you have any elements that you wish to discuss. So this is a whole of community feature.
All right, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Paiz-Tabash? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, sir. Again, thank you for the presentation. And this is, when we advocated for your position, this is exactly what we were looking at, and I want to address it to the city. When we had our incidents with the snowstorm, and we had, right now we're currently going through a drought. So this was brought up so that way we can inform the residents that, you know, we are working with a plan in place to where we have critical incidents that happen in our city, because they will happen, unfortunately. But to better prepare everybody and let them know that we are working with other agencies and we're getting something in place to where we can have something ready to go as far as plans and so forth. So I wanted to address the city that way, that we are still working on improvements, but we're also looking to where when we have these incidents, we are preparing ourselves for taking action and for the city to be able to respond appropriately. So thank you again for your hard work on this and for the training. For those of you who are interested in any of the trainings, please take advantage of them as much as possible, because the more informed you are, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. Is there an update on the storm shelters regarding the modular home communities?
Yes, ma'am. It was submitted in my original budget. It was a pilot program that would cost approximately $85,000, and the idea was the city would have to fund the first year so that we would become eligible for grants in subsequent years. To my understanding, it has been since struck from the budget.
It's been
Struck from the budget.
all right. That's good to know for the budget talk. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem.
So, yeah, I just want to reemphasize what Councilmember Tobias said on the base training for leadership, making sure that council members and all our leadership teams in the city take that base training. I got a small sample of it when I was during our snow apocalypse last year. I got to work with the county in delivering food and the water resources throughout Hays County last year, and I had to take a quick little briefing on it just to see where the command was, chain of command, what the protocols were, and making sure no abbreviations, the language, lingo, things like that. It was pretty neat. It was informative. I should have gotten the certifications by now, but I wanted to make sure we had our emergency management coordinator in place to offer that. So I appreciate all that you've done so far, and I look forward to taking those classes.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, CIP road projects and consent agenda presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. Before we get started, I wanted to let you know that I got an email from TxDOT today. They will be taking down the stop signs on Veterans Drive at Silverado on August the 31st. I believe that's a Wednesday. And we'll be helping them with whatever they need. They will be putting out message boards also. Starting off with La Verde Park, we're about 64% complete. I won't read all these different items. There was quite a bit that they gave us to present to you, Council. So I think the most important date is they've tried to set up a date of completing this project for November 18th. Public Safety Center, we're at 49% complete. Again, there's quite a bit of items there that are listed for you to look through if you want. But again, the important date on that was February 6, 2023. Public Safety Center is looking really good. We're at 49%. I'm sorry, read that already. Extra slide. Southside Wastewater Improvements Project, we're about 94% complete. Contractor has completed installation at Post Road. It is open. It was closed for a while. We're having troubles with the utility locations, and I kind of wanted to show you an example. As you can see, we're having to dig by hand to locate these various utilities. That picture on the right shows you where it was marked, and you can see where it really is. So bear in mind, this is about 30 feet from the edge of paving to the fence line. We've got a 12-inch water line, a fiber optic in there, and a gas line. And we're trying to install an 18-inch gravity line that's about 15 to 17 feet deep and a 14-inch force main on top of that. So it's going to be slow going for this part of the project. Wastewater treatment expansion project. The dewatering facility is about 50% complete. They're working on the bullseye plant, continuing to work on the aerators on that. They're working on the masonry walls for the dewatering facility control room. We should have that completed by August of 2022. Do want to let you know that TCEQ, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, did issue a draft permit to us for the phased discharge increase that we were asking them for. We are going to be able to go from 4.5 to 9 MGD and a final 12 million gallons per day. So we didn't have any comments on that draft that they submitted to us. So it looks like we're on our way to getting a 12 MGD maximum permit. Elliott Branch Interceptor, we're about 74% complete. We're still having some road closures in there. We're working with a contractor to try to get his proposal wrapped up for the reconstruction that we want done on Sledge Street. There's a couple of pictures I'll share you with you in a minute, but we did eliminate one little lift station that was out there. It's been there for years. And we also did some drainage improvements in there. There's some existing manholes we also need to decommission, but all the wastewater and water services have been finished up. And that takes quite a bit of work, by the way, to do those connections. If you look at this, the before picture there is on the left. That's what we had before when we got there. And if you look at the picture on the right, we've opened up the drainage. And the grinder pump is gone. So that's what we expect the contractor, how we want him to lead the project the rest of the way as he completes that project on the areas that they've been working on. Downtown relocation of overhead lines. The city's contractor is virtually completed with their project or their contract. Tomorrow, council, I do want to let you know that we're going to be taking down some of those wires on the old poles. There will be some intermittent closures on Center Street in Burleson. It will be tough for our citizens driving through there. It's not a complete road closure, so we're going to try to keep traffic moving through there as much as we can, but it will be tough for our citizens going through that area. So we did give notices out starting a week ago, notified as many as we could. We even called Texas Pie Company and said, be prepared, we're coming through, and there'll be some temporary road closures, but we're taking all those wires down on Center Street and Burleson Street. The downside is that we probably won't start seeing the removal of poles till September 15th. Frontier is behind on getting their wires down, so we're going to have to wait for them to hurry up and clear their stuff off the lines too. And those are the poles that we actually plan to take down. Old Post Road, they're still continuing to work on that. They're just about ready to start testing the subgrade so they can start bringing their base in. So we're looking at the end of the tunnel on this one. Indian Paintbrush, there wasn't much activity on this one the last 2 weeks, so really nothing much has changed on here. We're just removing some metals that they've given us for the lift station construction. This project still continues on because we're still waiting for PEC to disconnect the electrical. So that's really all that's left on this project. Microsurfacing, the big question now is the striping. From what we understand, the contractor was delayed. Apparently they were in West Texas and got delayed with their work there. So they're saying they're going to be here in 2 weeks. So we're going to try to keep pushing and get them here sooner. Daisy Lane improvements, I wanted to show this to you. The new line has been installed there at Daisy at BB. Councilmember Tobias, hope you've noticed that. Okay.
I noticed that the other night. Thank you so much. It's lit up now. It used to be so dark, and it's so dangerous, especially when you had pedestrians walk into that service station and stuff. Now with school in session, when the time change will come, I do see children walking to school, to Science Hall, so at least we have something there. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. And we're also showing there is a sidewalk and the 12-foot path that we asked the county's contractor to build.
Thank you so much.
But one of the problems is that on the section from Daisy to Sunflower Road, I think they had already started construction, so it's only 10 feet wide. And we didn't want them to add 2 feet to that, so we said we would work with the 10 feet. So that leaves us a little bit of funding that I'm hoping to maybe use from Chapa back to Amberwood Loop, because I think they're only going to put 10 feet in there. So I've asked them what would it cost us to go ahead and do that extra 2 feet on the section from Chapa back to Amberwood Loop.
And just for that right there, it's the sidewalks that go in front of the middle school.
Yes, sir.
And all that. So it's finally going to be very nice to see that those kids don't have to walk on that gravel road or on that dirt road or just on the side of the road, period. They actually have a sidewalk they can walk to.
It's a nice wide sidewalk,
Yes.
yes.
Thank you so much.
Heroes Memorial Park, we're 99.5% complete. The punch out is in progress. Working on the closeout documents and some training, and we're expecting to complete the project later this month. I think there were some questions on that one.
Mayor and Council, for the record, Jerry Hendrix, Acting City Manager, and I wanted to take a minute to address to you the water feature in this park. As you know, when we built this park, or maybe you know, maybe you don't, when we built this park, the plan was to have that water feature filled in the springtime by rains, and those rains never came. So in order to test the pumps on this park, which is part of the construction process, staff was directed by the previous city manager to incrementally fill the pond so that those pumps could be tested. Once those pumps were tested, filling of the pond ceased, and it's steadily gone down since. Well, as we approach substantial completion of this park, part of the condition to remove general conditions, which is the construction equipment that's been activated and mobilized to be at the park, in order to remove those, the pond has to be full, the pumps have to be working, or our project manager can't sign off on that. So the park represents a $10 million investment by the city. It represents a very fitting tribute to our first responders, and it's very important to us. And I've been meeting with staff almost daily to assess our water capacity, our ability to meet demands, to stay within our amended Stage 2 restrictions, and stay out of Stage 3. And after having reviewed those this afternoon with our staff, assessing the condition of the park and our ability to provide water to it, it's my intention to direct staff to begin filling that pond again this evening, and to fill it at a rate that does not adversely affect our ability to supply water or adversely affect our system, to monitor that filling on a daily basis, to make sure that we're able to do that and do it responsibly and sustainably. So I wanted to make you aware of that, and I'm available to answer any questions about that if you have any.
Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. So I have residents obviously messaging me about the filling up of the pond. How are we going to go about the restrictions that we currently have? Are they going to remain the same?
We assess those restrictions weekly, and the restrictions as they're designed right now allow people to continue to water their yards, maybe not at the rate or hours that they would like, but they're able to water their yards. Pools are able to stay open, car washes are able to stay open, and construction activities are continue to carry on, and construction activities require a good amount of water. I can't adjust them down any further and still have them be meaningful, and it's our intent to stay in our amended Stage 2 restrictions, and if the opportunity comes to lighten up on those, we'll consider that, and it's our hope that we can get through this drought without clamping down even further.
I have gotten several questions from residents that normally work 8 to 5 jobs, so they are not at home to water their lawns during the 8 to 10 limit that they currently have. So they are getting, I don't know, what's the name of it, citation, claim.
Warnings.
Or,
we have not issued
yeah.
any citations, but
Okay.
we do have patrols that issue the warnings.
So what do I tell these residents? And also, to them, it makes no sense, the timing that we are doing the water, 8 to 10, because water evaporates. So I just want them to be listening and to understand why we're doing this, and if it makes sense to them. I much rather stopping the water pumping at the Heroes Memorial if they can water when it's makes sense to them as a family whenever they come home in the afternoon.
All right, I can't make any promises other than I will visit with our staff later this week, and we'll figure if we can figure out a way to make that happen if we can.
Thank you.
Right here.
Councilmember Tobias.
Is there a way to where we could maybe look at adjusting those times? Because it doesn't look like, of course, being outside lately, that we're going to get any break anytime soon. And whenever we do get rain, it's just going to basically fill up or just evaporate very fast. Have we looked at possibly changing those watering times for maybe in the evenings or early mornings?
Yeah, the
Or something to
initial
where
reason
when
for-
residents are home and they can actually monitor it?
Right. The reason we chose those times was it's a better time for our staff to be able to monitor and find out who's watering out of their schedule. But like I told Councilmember Parsley, we'll meet in the morning and we'll assess our ability to be able to change those times.
Because I think a lot of issues, not so much the grass, but I think a lot of people also water the side of their house because of the foundations.
Understood.
And because, it will be costly for them later on if they are having foundation issues.
I understand.
And if we're restricting them on certain hours of the day and they're not home, they're not able to monitor that. So just seeing if there's a consideration where we can look at maybe adjusting those times for people who can water their lawn or also maintain their housing with any kind of foundation watering they need to do for their house.
We will look very hard at that tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to agree, actually, because the feedback I've gotten has not been so much with the nature of the restrictions, but the particular hours. So I just want to, and I think you've probably received that feedback as well numerous times. So if there would be a way to address that, that would be helpful. Councilmember Flores-Kale.
I want to begin by saying thank you for discussing this and not having someone put this on the agenda, but taking care of it in advance. So thank you for that. Other than the watering times that I think the other council members have brought up, I'm just wondering if it's a possibility whenever they need to add water for the city to use reclaimed water instead of city water?
We actually are working actively towards a reclaimed water master plan. And Heroes Memorial Park has purple pipe installed. As soon as we can build the infrastructure and get the permits to get reclaimed water to that park, that will be one of the first places to get the reclaimed water. Greg Clark Park is also on that list to get that water.
Okay, so to kind of follow up, the changing of watering times, is there any way that we can get some kind of response on that, say by the end of day
I'll
tomorrow?
respond to you by the end of the day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just quickly, I know that we might have a rain event on Thursday and Friday. I don't know how large that'll be. So if we do get a rain event and there's a lot of runoff that goes to that area. I mean, almost all the parking from ARC all the way down is going to drain into that area. So that would help mitigate some of that, correct?
Sure. We're hoping to get a lot of help from rain in the coming weeks. It's supposed to be a lot wetter, but we know we can't count on that.
Okay.
So it's my intent to fill the pond as quickly and responsibly as we can, count on rain when it gets here, and then to keep it full.
And the only concern I have is just standing water is not good for any area. I mean, it builds mold, it builds mosquitoes. I mean, that's a health issue. So as soon as we can get those pumps going would be very crucial for the residents of Kyle, because last thing we want to do is create a health hazard there. So we can get those pumps flowing and get that water oxygenated.
And
Be a plus.
that's another good point, Mayor Pro Tem, is that the park's designed around that water feature working. And without the water feature working, we risk losing a lot of our investment in the plants that are around it and our investments in that infrastructure that moves that water. And really sensitive to the nature of the drought and its impact on our residents and the impact on our own city facilities. When we went into amended stage 2, I directed all of our staff that deals with landscaping that we were to follow the same restrictions the residents were. and in large part, we've been able to do that. So we're all sensitive to that. We want the drought to be over, and we want to get through it in the best shape that we can.
All right, anyone else? Councilmember Parsley.
Is there any level, minimum level that the pond needs to be at in order for the pumps to work properly?
There is a level at which there's a system that monitors the water level and keeps the water running, and will add water as needed based on evaporation to keep the water at the optimum level, and that's the level we're shooting for.
Okay, just to keep it at that. That's what I wanted to make sure that we're just not going above that.
We won't.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jerry.
Anything else? Thank you.
The consent agenda items, item 14, I would like to ask council to go ahead and postpone that to a later meeting. We need to do a little bit more work on that one. On the 2022 microsurfacing change order on consent agenda item number 17, we did add some additional roads. We were able to get those roads done. We were close to our 500,000, but we looked at Old Stagecoach Road, and we decided to go ahead and do the striping on that particular road. And that explains the reason for the additional overrun on the that particular project. And that's my presentation. Any questions?
Any questions for Leon? Councilmember Tobias.
Just one last question, follow-up. Can we just get an update from the county on the Daisy and BB intersection? If we're still on track for getting those street lights installed by, I believe they were looking at spring or early spring of next year. Because I can see that the construction's there, obviously. And I saw them to start to put those easements with the electrical. So I just wanted to make sure that we're still on track, making sure that the roads can be widened there, and the crosswalks and the streetlights will be coming on time around that area. I think that's the last briefing I had when we had Mr. Sellers. I think that was
I will
back
do
then.
that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Florescale.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. The city was supposed to be working on the lines off of 150 East, and they must have contacted one of the owners. They came and they fixed part of the lines, but there was a delivery going down by Tobias Elementary, and the guy had to go through the elementary parking lot because the lines are so low. Do you know what additional work is going to be done on those lines?
Council member, I do not. I may have to check with other staff and see if they can tell me something on that.
Okay,
And
can
this is near Tobias?
Yeah,
I will-
it's just that whole, I think from like the Dollar Tree going up.
Okay.
So if I could get an update on that in the next council meeting, I would really appreciate it.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Leon.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the consent agenda. There's been a request to postpone agenda item 14. Is there any other item that council wants to pull? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 8 through 18 excluding 14.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve the consent agenda, items 8 through 18, excluding item 14. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. We're going to table agenda item 14, have it brought back. Next up is agenda item number 19. That item has been requested to be tabled, so we're going to table that, and then we're going to move to agenda item number 20, and I have an abstention on this item, so I'm going to turn the floor over to Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, this item is item number 20, consider and possible action on the first year UST incentive application. Ms. Victoria Vargas is your item.
Mayor and Council, Victoria Vargas, Interim Director of Economic Development, for the record. I'm here to ask you to consider and take action on a First Year on Us incentive application for a tenant, and the tenant is Synchronicity, I'm sorry, I might have mispronounced that, Synchronicity Cryo and Wellness. They are located along I-35 in a retail strip center. They will be a 1,200 square foot building, going into a 1,200 square foot finish out. Their capital investment is $150,000. They should be opening by the end of the year. and they will be offering our residents cold plunge cryotherapy, red light therapy, and a sauna. And the amount of the incentive requested is not to exceed $5,000.
All right, this doesn't have a public hearing, right, Jerry? It's just for her council. Okay, any discussion? Emotions?
I just
Discussion?
have a question. I just want to confirm that the payment's not made, the 5,000 is not given until after.
Yes, ma'am, it's in the form of a rebate, property tax rebate, so for the first year, not to exceed $5,000.
Okay, with that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 20.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Kell, second by Councilmember Tobias. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Are those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. The mayor had to recuse himself on this item because of a conflict of interest, and if we could call him back, be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, agenda item number 21, award a temporary contract to Clear Present Plumbing LLC, Kyle, Texas, a licensed plumbing company in order to maintain service level for a new residential water meter installation request at a flat rate of $65 per water meter installed. Mr. Amsler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Amsler, Management Analyst for the record. I am here to ask the Council to consider and award a contract to Clear Present Plumbing to install water meters in new residential homes. To give a little backstory, I did send out a more detailed backstory. If you would like me to get into those details, I'm happy to. But a brief version is the city of Kyle is facing a lot of new development, and our meter techs are currently going through a transition of being a little understaffed. Currently, we only have one meter tech. Meter tech position also has to, go through several different responsibilities other than just installing new water meters. And this is a business that is located here in the city of Kyle, and it is a temporary contract to help us catch up on some of the new homes that are being built, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Amsler? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I do want to tell you that your email are what dreams are made out of.
Yep,
I
it was
read your
good.
email and
It
I
was
was
good.
like,
I
that's
agree.
all I need to know. So
Thank you. That's
with
right.
that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 21.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Flores-Kell, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo. Is there discussion on the motion? I just want to add that I think this is probably the best solution, so I'm hoping that we're going to be communicating to our builders that are out there so that they'll stop emailing the council about these issues. So, all right.
Wait,
Oh,
that's it.
Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Just quickly, I do want to address the issue of shortage, not with you, but with leadership, because I think we've got to figure out a way to get these positions filled so we're not outsourcing everything. It's, reading the email, it became clear that we lack. And so whatever we can do, I know it was brought up at the last meeting, like a plan of execution on how to fulfill these jobs. We've really got to take it seriously in order to move on and not upset the developers. And they hold some accountability in a sense too, because I do realize that we send our techs out there and they said we're not ready. So it's a double-edged sword. But with that said, I still think we need to be really progressive in the way that we hire.
All right, anyone else? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. Next up, agenda item 22, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of assigning approximately .246 acres of land from warehouse to retail services for property located at 23091 I-35 in Hays County, Texas. This item does have a public hearing. Mr. Atkinson. Oh, there you are. You're right there. Sorry, I was looking up.
Yeah, all right. Let me just cast this real quick up on the screen. All right, so before you, we have a request to rezone approximately .0276 acres from downzoning it from warehouse to retail services as previously stated. My name is Will Atkinson, for the record, Interim Director of Planning, before I forget. This is at 23091 IH35. And as you can see on the screen, it is a little bit south of the Kyle Correctional Facility with a parcel between it and the Kyle Correctional Facility. For the zoning around it, the site currently is zoned warehouse. It is a downzone as previously stated. To the north and to the east is warehouse zoning. To the south is ag zoning. And to the west and immediately adjacent is retail services zoning. From a comp plan perspective, the city's current comp plan, this is in the regional node, and the retail services zoning district is absolutely recommended. Taking that a little bit further, the downzoners requested on behalf of the applicant to complete their project. They were needing this extra little bit of acreage from the adjacent landowner, and they have purchased the property. Not only does this follow the comp plan, this also follows council's direction from October of last year related to reducing new warehouse and construction manufacturing zoning along the I-35 overlay as well. So if the zoning is approved, the city of Kyle will provide the water and wastewater, PEC will provide the electricity, and they will have to go through the subdivision approval process, the subsequent site development process, conditional use permit for elevations that are appropriate, and building permits as well. And staff has no problem recommending this. Do y'all have any questions for me?
All right, this item does have a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing now. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
So we've had emails go back and forth, and I agree with the retail zoning. But if you will do me a favor and bring up the map of this area, because I am genuinely confused how all that's going to be. What I'd like to see is the whole thing retail. You know, we can't control that, but I'm really confused how everything around it is going to be warehouse, and that little speck is going to be retail. And like, did I read this wrong the whole time?
Yeah.
And nobody told me?
Yeah, the blue is warehouse, red's retail. So it's
Okay,
from
I
blue
want
to
to
red.
say Daniela was CC'd on my email. She could have told me that too. I had it wrong.
Put a drawing on it with like arrows on it.
Never mind. In that case, yes, I'm sorry. It was major miscommunication because I was like, that there's no way. But yes, thank you.
Coffee shop in the back.
Thank you. Look, if you look at it the way I did, you would be like, how is this going to work? So I apologize, Will, because that probably only caused you some stress.
No, that's fine.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Well, my question is, what's the applicant's rationale for downzoning? Is there a reason for it?
Yeah, from a cohesive development that they plan to put in place. This is straight zoning, by the way, so we can't discuss the actual use that they're wanting to present.
Right.
But from a consistency for development standards, for example, the warehouse zoning setbacks are 25 feet all the way around.
Right.
Setbacks for retail services at the rear and the side are 10 feet and 15 feet. So it just makes it easier to develop consistently.
Okay.
And the parking ratios as well.
That makes sense. Councilor Tobias.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at the same thing, but so of course the entrance would be from the highway. Has there ever been thought where they may want to add an additional road to the side or in the back? Because of course 150 is right there, right? Correct, by the correctional facility. I'm just wondering if there's another outlet that they're going to want to recommend or to get in and out of this place. Because again, it's retail, it's South Kyle, it's, you know, heading in. Be very curious to know what kind of retail would be there, because you'd have to drive all the way up to into Kyle to be able to get to any of those services. So just curious to know if there's like another outlet that would be considered, or they're going to be approached to us about that.
That's a very interesting question. From a transportation master plan perspective, there's nothing in that portion in the field around them that they have to build a road from a public standpoint, and we would have let them know about that when they first came in to talk with us. but they will be providing shared access to the adjacent properties to the north and south as part of their project. So we do require that per our code when it comes to commercial development. So as properties on either side do develop, which are different property owners, then there will be driveways stubbing to them, and then they can connect to those as well.
Okay, so the two property owners are in agreement with this, what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that we have a requirement in our code that
Okay.
they have to have reciprocal access from off public streets.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Anyone else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Next up, agenda item 23. This item was postponed initially. An ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of rezoning approximately 15.542 total acres of land from retail services to a planned unit development, MXD, for property located at 5839 Kyle Parkway. Planning and zoning has taken this item up. There is a public hearing, and it was left open at the last council meeting. Mr. Atkinson.
Yes, sir. Will Atkinson, Interim Director of Planning for the record. This is the first time you all are hearing about the CTC residential request for, in this round of zoning, for the planned unit development that we're requesting. This is in between the hospital and Lowe's, as you all are aware of. They are still working with us to finalize some final documents, but they did ask us to have the first vote for tonight. On the 9/6 meeting, we're gonna have the development agreement ready. That's gonna have the renderings and elevations associated with it, and also traffic improvements as well. And then on the 10/18 meeting, they're requesting for that to be the specific second read of the zoning ordinance. And this is from them as the applicant as well. So, just as a heads up. So, currently it is zoned retail services. All the way around it, except to the southeast, is retail services zoning with mostly a built environment with the exception of their property, standard commercial ideas and development. To the southeast is the hospital zoning, where Seton Hospital is. When we're looking at a PUD, we are looking at development standards that are better than what our code allows for by right. And when we do that, we are allowed to negotiate and make these projects just flat out better. And that's the intent when we get down to the nitty-gritty of it. So this project they are putting forward is going to have urban-style multifamily. It's going to have some ground floor commercial at the south entrance of their project. It will also have retail services related commercial in some of the buildings along Seton Parkway as well, along with a leasing office, a cafe as well. They are also going to have a food hall and an outdoor event lawn as well in the northeast corner. And so the general idea that they're putting together is way above what it was the first time they came forward. They're also going to have a boardwalk along the northern boundary overlooking the creekway. They have the Vibe trail system along the south face and in the eastern flank as well. So they're doing everything that we've asked them to that complies with their plans and going the extra mile as well, in our opinion. From a comprehensive plan standpoint, the MXD zoning district, in this case a PUD, is recommended in the super regional node, which is the highest intensity and density of use in the city of Kyle. So we had no problem recommending it initially, and as we've had further and further conversations to make this a better project, we're just even more excited about it. And at this time, I'm actually going to throw up on the screen a presentation by CTC Residential. They asked for a presentation to come up, and they can make their way through it if you all don't mind. Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Good evening, Council. I've got some documents I'm going to hand out. Give me a sec.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Council. Just wanted to start this off by saying thank you We appreciate your time and attention and are grateful for this opportunity here to present our project tonight. Over the past 6 to 7 months since we first presented a project, we've made it a priority to learn about Kyle, the wants and the needs that the residents are asking for, as well as from a city perspective, some of the issues the city's dealing with during this rapid period of growth, as well as the long-term strategic priorities. To do this, we met with council, we met with local business owners, we met with the Economic Development Group, the Chamber of Commerce, including property tours of the site. We toured properties all across Kyle, all throughout the day, including rush hour. And we learned a lot. And so we want to spend the first half of this presentation talking about exactly what we learned. The project that we're going to present here is urban, modern, dynamic. It's truly mixed use in Class A in all respects. And we've been working really hard with Will on our development agreement to provide assurances to that end. For example, we even went to the unit interiors and are willing to represent that level of detail. So we've really put our best foot forward to provide assurances to that end, as well as our certificate of occupancy. I know, Mayor Mitchell, this was a specific request you made. The first building in our project that has to have a CO is the food and beverage building. So let's just jump in real quick. How do I page turn? Okay. All right, so this is just the agenda. Again, we're going to talk about from the resident perspective, then the city perspective, and then we're going to list 5 project benefits that we sort of can summarize our project benefits with. So what do Kyle residents want? They want family-friendly places with interactive infrastructure for kids and a place for adults to relax while the kids play. A splash pad has been specifically asked for. 2, residents want small, local, unique businesses, not necessarily big chains and department stores. 3, specifically, people have asked for unique restaurants with outdoor seating, with a local craft brew pub with communal gathering space, specifically called out. 4, people want more walkability in urban streetscapes. And 5, Instagrammable moments is kind of a funny saying, but it makes sense. People want public art, murals, an interactive experience, a place to go. All of this came from BGK's downtown survey, asking residents what they wanted to see. And when we were at P&Z on July 12th, we saw this survey be deliberated, and Sean and I looked at one another and said, every single one of these requests has been planned for within our project. Next slide. From the city perspective, these are just observations. This is certainly not comprehensive. I can't imagine being in your shoes with all the issues you deal with. But traffic, by far and away, with all the growth that's happening, we know that's a concern that's been expressed. 2, attracting new businesses and growing city revenues. At the State of the City address, Mayor Mitchell, we saw your sales revenue chart, which you said was your favorite one to report on each year. 3 is raising the quality standard for new development, which we believe we're doing. 4 is walkability in the Vibe Trail. We've studied the network, which runs directly along the east and southern border of our site. With the current zoning, there's no requirement that that gets constructed, but tonight with our project, you can lock that in. And then 5 is east-west connectivity. You know, Seton Parkway is getting extended through our site. We're giving a right-of-way dedication to the city. When that happens, it's going to connect north across the BB Road and ultimately across to Kohler's Crossing, which will help the east-west connectivity. And our project, adding the walkability and density to this pocket, we think aligns with that goal. So the 5 benefits, we're going to go into each of these in detail. And I promise the beginning of this presentation is heavy with words, but then it's mostly visuals. So One, the community is getting a privately funded community park, an expansion of the Vibe Trail network without spending any tax dollars. Two, our project programming can house anywhere from 5 to 10 different small and medium-sized businesses in various use categories. Three, on the quality, we're planning superior and differentiated products compared to what exists in the market today. And four, from a zoning perspective, the current site, we'll have a slide on this, we'll get into this in specifics, but we're doubling the density in the super regional node, which, as Will just noted, is supposed to be the case. Higher density is better in the super regional node, while at the same time, our use change is expected to generate half the amount of traffic. And we have a licensed professional engineer study in the packets we just handed out to you stating that, and we can get into the details of that. And then to add on to that, to help with traffic even further, in our development agreement, we've proposed to pay for and administer the construction of a new traffic signal light at Kyle and Seton Parkway. And then last, there's a significant amount of immediate and long-term financial benefits. We expect our project will generate at stabilization, when it's open and running and filled up, approximately $1.7 million in growing annual annuity. And we know sales tax revenue is a consideration, but to make a comparison to equate that amount of property tax to sales tax revenue, staying within the county, it's $85 million in sales to generate that amount of tax. So could we play this drone video? I think I can just click on it. How does this work, Will?
Let me ask him real quick.
Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, there it goes. Whoever's, that screen looks different than this one.
Just push play in the middle.
Yeah. So this is just a superimposition of the 3D massing on the site. As you can see, the site's vacant. It's been vacant since 2008. Off to the left is where Hobby Lobby and Academy are going in. And the same owner owns this entire tract. All the vacant land you see in this aerial is owned by the same owner. One of the main reasons we wanted to show you this is to explain, when we get to our site plan here in a minute, why we chose to put the park in the back of the property along Bunton Branch Creek. Several of you have toured the site with us, which we really appreciate. But for those of you who have not, you can sort of see the magnitude of it in this image right here. There's a 30-foot retaining wall that drops off over into the reservoir. And so instead of this being the back of house for another big box Lowe's type of building, we're celebrating the built environment, and we're putting in the Vibe Trail and creating walkability and creating a destination. You can see the image here. So this is about to show where the lawn's gonna go. That entire foreground. That scale's a little bit off, but you'll see in a second. This is probably a better perspective. So along that entire fence you see there is going to be where the boardwalk is. Yeah. Okay. So this slide is really dense. This is the programming for everything that's non-residential. The three categories on the left in the orange, the park, the Vibe, the dog park, the brewery / wine bar, and restaurant / food hall collectively is going to consist of a 7,500 square foot building with a massive patio overlooking a 38,000 square foot event lawn activated with a splash pad for kids, a playground, a big open lawn area, and we have space for 2 sand volleyball courts and/or pickleball. One of our plans, if we're approved tonight, would be to engage with the residents and get some feedback as to what they want to see in this park. Everything on the right is in the ground floor various buildings within the property. We've got 5,000 square feet of co-working planned, which will support small businesses, entrepreneurs, people working from home. And then we've got 7,500 square feet of traditional inline retail directly across and walkable to Seton Hospital. This can house 2 to 4 small retailers of various kinds. And then we've got, this is a change that's made recently, a 3,000 square foot fitness space along Seton Parkway. So if you've seen previous iterations, this has been carved out of the orange leasing building. And this is going to be suitable for all types of uses, yoga spin. There's already an Orange Theory right up the street, but something like that could go in there. And then a cafe coffee shop connected to our leasing office and open to the public as well. All right, so this is the site plan. If you look at the labels, A, B, C, D, E, et cetera, off to the right, you can see where the 24,000 feet of non-residential uses are planned along Seton Parkway. Also, with this site plan, when I say our project is urban, really what I mean is we spent a lot of time on the site plan, and if you look at the magenta colored arrows, those are your 3 access points into the property, 2 along Seton Parkway and 1 from the south. The one from the south is basically an arrival into a boulevard, and you can see those little hashed marks in the bubble image on the bottom left to create this sort of sense of a boulevard. And that will be a publicly accessible roadway that takes you and leads you to the back of the property where there's parking to access the park and the food and beverage hall. Here's a reminder of what we're changing the zoning from. This is the site plan dating back to 2008. In 2008, the world looked different, and this has sat empty with the site plan since then. Fortunately, our friends over at Colette were able to bring in Academy and Hobby Lobby, and so they're going in next door. And so I'd urge council to look at this 23 acres as sort of one composite project coming together all at the same time, which I think has a lot of intangible benefits. And I actually have a support letter from Colette I'd just like to touch on real quick. On behalf of Colette and HL Kyle LLC, I would like to formally voice our full support for CTC's proposed mixed-use project. As you are likely aware, firm is under contract to purchase the approximately 8 acres between Lowe's and the 15.4 acre tract at Kyle Parkway, with plans to develop 2 retail buildings totaling 109,000 square feet, which are under lease to Hobby Lobby and Academy. As future neighbors, we have a vested interest in the future of 5839 Kyle Parkway and are excited to see CTC Residential working hard to transform this adjacent vacant tract of land into a high-quality mixed-use project. Based on prior experience, we believe that high-density apartments are highly complementary to our retail projects, and CTC's planned event lawn/park, i.e. Vibe Spot, and brewery restaurant concept will be an attraction and amenity to future customers and employees of our retailers. In addition to being a complementary use, CTC has helped our efforts to get started on construction so that our retail tenants can open for business as fast as possible. We've coordinated on site planning and civil engineering work, and most importantly, are working together to resolve our common issue with Lowe's that will permit our respective projects to move forward, et cetera. And to touch on the Lowe's issue, this is a topic we talked to council about. Verbally, we're all signed off, and we have their consent to amend the ECR that puts in place the restrictions that we've discussed with you in the past. So just to be clear, if you look at the site plan, where the building is, that is the only permissible building area on the site. And you can't do anything that competes with Lowe's, Walmart, or Seton Hospital. You explicitly cannot do a movie theater, bowling alley, or a large gym like Planet Fitness. And so I think that largely explains why it's been empty since 2008. Here's a 3D massing. You can see where the various uses are labeled. This is as if you're looking out the window of the medical office building at Seton Hospital, most likely. Here's some still image aerials from the drone video. Here's a site plan for the park. This is all highly conceptual. We have renderings, which we're about to show you here for the first time, of the park. Here's a scale reference. This is one that Scott Sellers had shown to us as an example that he liked. And if you look at the red outline versus the magenta outline, you can see our park area is double the size. And if you look at the photos to the right, you can see how many people can fit in this space. This is another one, Pearl Brewery. But let me just get into the fun part now. So this is our preliminary rendering of the park area. Just want to remind you that we had a hard time explaining to our renderer in Argentina what we wanted with the splash pad. A lot of the details we really need to work out. And like I said earlier, we want to work with the city and get your direct input as to what you want to see here. But this is a ton of space, and hopefully this shows you what could be done with this space. Here's just another perspective. The little Texas flag is an opportunity for a mural, public art. You can see there's a massive patio overlooking the park, so you can be sitting there having a glass of wine, beer, eating while your kids are spilling out into the park on your left. We also want to have adult games, and so that's why you see 2 sand volleyball courts, and you see the boardwalk in the background there. There's just another perspective. There's one more, ping pong tables, stuff like that. We want to put some shade. We know shaded seating has been discussed, and we need to work on that. And I think the vegetation in this photo within the park over time will significantly improve. There's actually some mature trees on the site today that hopefully we could protect to provide some at least immediate shade. We talked about having a little observation deck, telescopes to look out into the reservoir. Moving on, so that's the park and the food and beverage building. Moving on to the apartments, this is all in the development agreement, which we'll discuss next week. I know that wasn't presented tonight, but the project is predominantly flat roofed with buildings pulled up to the streets. The site plan is urban with featuring the boulevard, the park, and the mix of commercial uses. And then the majority of our project is 4-story condition corridor elevator buildings, which is a very important distinction between 3-story walk-ups with open breezeways. And then the unit finishes, we even put photos representative of past projects we've done into the development agreement to provide assurances on the unit quality. So here's a rendering of the south facade as if you're coming in, walking into the boulevard. Just let that soak in for a second. And I just want to make clear, we're open to feedback. We are not wed to this exactly, the color palette, all that, materials and such. We're open to feedback. Oops. Here's just a little bit zoomed in. Here's another one. So you have all these in the book too, if you want to go back and look at them. Here's an interior shot of the boulevard. This one needs a little bit of work still. You know, it was pretty tough to get renderings done of our actual project in this time frame. Typically, that's something that gets done later, but we did our best to get them before you to get a look and feel. Here's just 2 photos of the of past projects that we've done, just to highlight the quality of our apartments. Traffic. So switching gears to traffic. Were there any questions on traffic? Because I know that report that we sent was really dense. But let me just summarize it for you. So what the report says or does is calculate the expected trip volume generated by the old site plan, which is 195,000 square feet of shopping center retail, versus 430,000 square feet of mixed use, which we're planning. That's a density increase of over two times. At all times a day, at AM and PM, weekday, weekends, our proposed use change is concluded to generate half as much traffic as the shopping center. I'm not an engineer, but our licensed professional engineer reached that conclusion. This we don't really need to present, but the immediate benefits, parkland fee of about $500,000. The city's getting a right-of-way dedication for free, traffic signal improvements at Seton Kyle Parkway, the Vibe Trail, the event lawn, and then long-term, we talked about this, the $1.7 million estimated property tax annuity in perpetuity. That's it. So just to wrap this up, ending remarks. Well, actually, I had one more support letter from Mac. I know you guys know who Mac is. So we met Mac at the Rail House Bar in our search for information and knowledge. And we went to order food and immediately started asking him questions. He's an awesome guy. He said, Council, I met Sean Rattery and Travis Donnell with CTC Residential at my food truck at the Rail House Bar in early June. They approached us to order food and immediately started asking me questions about Kyle and wanted to get my input on their development project that they were planning at 5839 Kyle Parkway. We exchanged contact information and have since continued to consult with CTC, providing regular input as they have progressed their project. When they shared with me their vision for a large restaurant and brewery wine bar attached to a beautiful park overlooking Bunton Branch Creek, I became excited. Both for our own potential brick and mortar growth and for the city and community of Kyle. This venue creates an incredible opportunity for restaurateurs, being highly accessible to all of Kyle and supported by Seton Hospital employees across the street, and for the residential clients with close to 400 high-end apartment units on the site. Very recently, I was privileged to view the conceptual renderings, which only reaffirm my confidence that this venue will not only work, but become one of the most unique food and beverage destinations in Kyle. My company remains very interested in a solid operation here, though timing is too far out for us to commit today. Badass Foods intends to stay in very close contact with CTC and remains interested in the prospect of doing business with them. In this last sentence, he had wished to be here, but was dealing with some family emergencies. So ending remarks, look, we're proud of the project that we've put forth. We've tried really hard to create a sense of place, a destination for the community. We're going to do everything in our power to keep working with you, if approved tonight, to completely design every square foot of this. We're going to work with the Economic Development Group and the Chamber of Commerce for any leads on businesses that would be good here. Julie has mentioned that she has a potential brewery candidate who's interested, and Victoria's mentioned a dog park type operator. I don't know where you are, but anyways, there's a lot of exciting potential with this project, and if you guys give us the opportunity to go make this reality, we'll make you proud.
All right, thank you. This item does have a public hearing that's open. Normally, I would have already called that forward, but do y'all want to wait on the public hearing and start asking questions and comments? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. It's now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Does anybody have questions or comments? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Thank you. My main concern for this area was the traffic.
Yep.
And you provided that report, which kind of eased me a little bit. And I guess my other concern would be, it looks like you're going to do like a traffic light. And never in a million years would I think that I would ever say this, but I was thinking maybe a roundabout instead, because that is a good location just to go with the flow. I've been invited and I've toured this place, just walked along and talked to you about the things that you guys were interested in bringing. I will say that there is a lot of relief knowing that you guys are interested in what we want as a council and what the city would like. And I've heard that over and over again. And trust me, we get it from developers all the time. But I believe that's something that you guys are really interested in, is figuring out what you can do to kind of please the people in Kyle. So I'm going to go ahead and jump the gun a little bit, and I'm going to approve agenda item number 22.
There's a motion to approve agenda item
23.
23. Is there a
Okay.
second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the motion?
That was good.
Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, yes. Great plan, great presentation. Thank you for bringing, basically giving the visuals. That really helps people to be able to see what you have there. I am going to counter on Ms. Flores Gale on that because I drive that intersection every day, and I'm sure people who know where Goodwill and those places are, those stop signs don't do justice for anything. And I see so many people run it. So if we add another roundabout, again, it's like I constantly tell you, it doesn't stop the flow. We need to be able to have the control. And so having a stoplight there, I think what I mentioned before would be beneficial because it has a crosswalk. Because if we're going to have pedestrian traffic that's going to want to come to this area if we approve this or if it gets built, and especially for people from the hospital that are staying there and need to go, you need to be able to have that safety zone. And so that would be my thing there is to, if this goes through, to continue to look at adding the traffic signal with crosswalk in that area for the improvements for the safety of the pedestrians that would be utilizing, especially all of that area.
Absolutely. I mean, we deferred to the city as to what's best suited for this intersection, but we just wanted to make it clear that we are willing to at least do the street light. With the roundabout, it's out of our scope of control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys taking in consideration, a lot of the feedback that I gave you. It's appreciated. I still don't see enough businesses in there. I see that you have the leasing office and I think it's a gym on the front. That's most likely going to be confused by, the regular traffic as part of the apartment complex, not that is open to the public. I wish that area in the front had additional businesses. And my next question will be, how many, when we talk about food hall, is it going to be just one place? Or are we going to have more than that?
We don't know yet. What we can commit to is what we build, physical buildings. It's very difficult to commit to the operational choice. We need to retain the ability to find the best end user for the community, and we don't know if that's going to be a food hall or a restaurant, or two restaurants that are both sit down, or a brewery that serves food and a food hall. It could go so many different ways, and it's just too hard to predict right now, given that we're approximately 3 years from opening if we're approved and hit the gas pedal on designing this.
Okay. And then I do like the elevation, so thank you so much. That's a place that I actually want to go and move. That to me is a big deal. I want to drive through Cal and see, okay, I can move here, I can move there. Okay. Something that it's attractive. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bradshaw.
Well, I am impressed. I honestly did not have high hopes after our last conversation, being completely honest. I think that you did an excellent job of taking everyone's feedback and really transitioning into a project that we can say yes to. I've been very clear that I'm very selective about giving away retail zoning. I do agree with Councilmember Parsley. I would like to see more businesses on the ground floor, and I think that there's opportunity for that over by the office space on the west building, whatever building that is, not the one with the road in front of it. So I would really like to see that before our second reading, and then also narrow down some more details when it comes to the DA and the questions we have about the food hall, and more specifics about how you're going to program the park. These are all things that we need to know, because essentially we are giving up retail zoning, which is there for businesses and amenities for our residents, and it's our job up here to make sure that what we are approving is increasing the quality of life for all of Kyle, not just this little part. So having that information would be helpful if you can do that before the next meeting.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. I have several quick thoughts. Number one is the Academy Hobby Lobby is real interesting that you've got those guys coming. With it's a different company, but you're looking to do, I think I heard you say, a sort of a construction project for
No, we're
the
just,
site plan?
we're helping them, they're helping us with site planning efforts because we share a property line.
Okay, but you have no, there's no collaboration as far as your timetables for construction?
Well, for example, they asked us to do them a favor with a sloping easement that they need that would help expedite their process to meet their deadlines. It's just simple things like that. Our civil engineer, Darren Hucker at EMC Garza, master planned this entire area, and he had some old files in his books, and we passed them off to Colette. It's just collaboration, and also we're both buying property from the same owner, so we're on a bunch of emails together, and we've been tackling the issue with Lowe's together, which it took us a year to get Lowe's to finally pay attention to us, and we're done. It's not inked, but we're pretty much done. So
Okay.
we're just collaborating together.
Is there any way to have assurances that that project will move forward? Because I'm thinking about the CSW JLL project, which guaranteed that the retail that we sought would come forward. And a part of that is, in my mind, is understanding that the Academy and Hobby Lobby sites are going to be developed. Is there a way for us to put that into a development agreement that sort of confirms that that project will be developed concurrently with yours?
I hear that. I totally understand, and I could see how that would influence your decision. We have no control over what happens when it happens with their project. Zero. So I don't know how we could possibly put something in our agreement to that effect. But I think timing-wise, I do think that they're going to close before we're done, before we do on the property. Yeah.
Thank you. Will Atkinson, Interim Director of Planning for the record. We are reviewing site development permits for the Hobby Lobby and Academy site plan right now, actually.
Okay.
So we do have evidence of them submitting permits.
Well, that
If
makes me
that's
think they're
helpful.
coming with or without this project, so it's almost the opposite at that point. Trying to connect them there, but okay. But I appreciate that. So some of the elements of this, the core elements of this project that I think you're proposing that are good, are elements that I would want us to have in the development agreement. For example, the boulevard that you showed with the urban streetscape, which includes the urban sidewalks all the way to the building. We would want to see that codified in the development agreement so that you couldn't just put a 4-foot concrete sidewalk, but rather, the full layout that you have proposed there.
Yeah, our site plan's in the development agreement showing it right here. So we can certainly label that, and we have a building elevation of the interior boulevard, which is
That one. Yeah, those sidewalks right there, that back of curb design would, and you've got floral punch outs, all of those different things. You've got lights going across, you've got trees and benches. All of those streetscape elements would be elements that you would agree to put in the development agreement to commit to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the rendering's already in it, and we can add language calling out these elements in the rendering.
Okay, because that is, I would call that urban. So I would call it, that is something that makes me proud. I'd be proud to have that type of development in the city. So those as well as others, but I do have concerns about the amenities that you propose, like the dog park and the volleyball courts and some of those things. Like, are those private amenities just for your residents, or is that public? Is that being deeded to the city, and it's a city who's maintaining it?
It's private, but there's no barriers accessing this. we could talk about that, and that's a great question. We need to think through that a little bit, but it's privately owned, paid for, maintained by us, the owner, or whoever owns it in the future. But there's no fence around the park.
Okay. Well, that'd be good to have that codified in the agreement to make sure that it's not private, that public can access it.
Yes,
So,
sir. Yeah, you make a good point there, because if it is private but access to the public, you're right. Who will maintain those sand lots?
Right,
and
you're
equipment?
giving credit to those amenities as being something that we would want for the city. Then it's really important that those are city public amenities as opposed to private amenities for the apartment complex.
100%. I mean, the 7,500 square foot food and beverage building is an open public business, and it spills out onto the park. So,
And I just want to echo, I also agree that the amount of retail compared to, I'm happy to see the increased density. I would like to still see more retail compared to what's being proposed. I think you said 5 to 10 businesses. I would love to see that be, 10 to 15 businesses, something along that line. So
depends how big. Yeah, it depends how big the suite businesses are. Yeah.
right, but I guess what I'm saying is that I would love to see the square footage close to double. I still consider it to be a very small amount of retail in comparison to the size and scope of the whole project. So I can look at it and say there are opportunities to add retail that make sense in multiple areas, like where the leasing offices are, facing that private drive, facing Kyle Parkway. Makes all the sense in the world to me to add additional retail there, or around the hard corner on the southeast side, coming along the south side, right there. There's just additional elements there to add retail, but, this is the same old conversation that we've been having. But I think that's probably the reason that it was voted down the first time. It's, it's a lot of things, but in particular, the lack of retail. So that's my feedback. So I'm happy to take it to second reading, but that's what I would like to see. But in particular, all of those retail elements codified as being guaranteed retail, and then we're going to probably want to see some restrictions on certain types of retail that we would prefer not to be in there, which I'm sure you've had those conversations with staff as well. So those are all my thoughts. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce having the trail system go through there, the vibe, making sure that those areas stay accessible to the public. And that's even if, later on, this project is sold to another firm, making sure we have something in there, some language in there that assures us that this will always be public access. So that's what would really make me feel a little better.
Absolutely.
You said that you wanted the second reading to come back,
Yes,
not
sir.
at the next meeting, but further down?
Well, there's an issue that we asked the city his advice on. We don't own the land, and the current owner won't allow us to proceed with the final non-appealable zoning change until we close on the property, but we can't close on the property until the zoning's changed. So it puts us between a rock and a hard place.
Yep.
We had suggested that RS be layered in as an approved use in the PUD, but we're advised that may not be a good solution. That would solve everything, and then we could come back here at the next council meeting and finish this if RS was retained as an approved use. So we defer to you, but we requested the October date so that we could line it up and sort of have a simultaneous close and zoning change.
Oof.
Yeah.
Interesting. So yeah, that's a lot of risk. But if we approve it now, do we need to, in our motion, wait to give direction for it not to come back, or statutorily does first and second reading fall concurrently, or do you need anything from us in order to make sure that it comes back at a particular time, or can it just not come back until they're ready?
Paige Stein, City Attorney, for the record. We don't need any specific direction from council on that item. We'll just work with planning staff on the timing.
Okay. Anyone else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, agenda item 24, approve a development agreement between the City of Kyle and Plum Creek Developers LLC. Joe Brooks. I'm told this does not have anything to do with Plum Creek.
Correct. It's not the
development of Plum Creek.
up there by the Performing Arts Center. This item and item number 26, staff is requesting postponement to the 9/6 council meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone agenda item 24 and 26
Second.
to the 9, which would you say, Will?
The 9/6.
The 9/6 council meeting?
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 6-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 25, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of rezoning approximately 54.223 acres of land from retail services, R1T, R12, and transportation utility to plan unit development for property located at 1500 East RR 150 in Hays County. Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0. This item does have a public hearing. This is considered for a request to delay. Same thing?
Yes, sir. I believe we need to keep the public hearing
Yeah.
open.
All right, if there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to make a motion to postpone this item until September 6th council meeting.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Scales. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. Next up, agenda item 27, consider possible action to approve Cadence McShane as the most qualified firm for the construction manager at risk for 104 South Burleson building project, and to authorize the city manager to negotiate the contract for services. Ms. Amber Lewis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Lewis, Assistant City Manager for the record. In your packet, you have a memo that outlines the contractor selection for the construction manager at risk. We did put out a request for responses. The city received 5 submittals from 5 firms. It was a 2-step process. First, identifying a short list, and then we had interviews. And we interviewed 2 firms who were shortlisted, Swinnerton and Cadence McShane. And the selection committee ranked Cadence McShane as the #1 recommendation. So we're asking you all to approve that and to authorize negotiations. I also have Ryan Rossborough here, if the project manager, if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley, that we approve agenda item 27. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. Next up, agenda item number 28, consideration and approval of an ordinance calling a bond election to be held in the city of Kyle, Texas, making provision for the conduct of a joint election and resolving other matters incident and related to such election. This item is mine. I believe this is statutorily what is required in order to call for the bond election. There are additional votes that will take place. Paige, do you want to outline any of that for us? Or Stephanie, if she's here? Oh,
Send that over to
right there.
bond council. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council Member Stephanie Libby, Norton Rose Fulbright, bond counsel for the firm. What you have before you is an election ordinance to call a bond election for the November uniform election date for the streets proposition that has been under consideration by City Council. Under state law, a bond election ordinance has to be called within an election window. That election window is currently open, and the last day to call the bond election is Monday, August the 22nd. Under Chapter 1201 of the Government Code, an election ordinance only has to be read one time. It is effective upon its first passage. And so this ordinance does not have to be read and passed twice by City Council. So if it is adopted tonight, it would be effective immediately, and the election would be called.
Okay. There was the discussion and consideration by this dais to have a second reading so that it can come back. Is that still something that we want to consider? And if it is the case, then we could call a meeting for the 22nd to come back and have a second reading. Councilor Florescale.
Yeah, it's definitely like a second reading. My concern with the bond is the plans for the roads, because I know looking out on the wall, there are a couple of plans. For example, the one on Center Street and Veterans Drive shows 2 different plans. and renderings, and that's different cost as well. And so I would like to have the city finalize a little bit more the backside and before we move forward. And I also want to make sure that there's nothing that anybody else wants to stick on the bond before we move forward.
So if I can just, if the ordinance does come back for a second reading, I would just ask that council does not adopt it tonight, that you go ahead and read it and then table it for consideration to a subsequent meeting on the 22nd, because as I said, under Chapter 1201 of the Government Code, if it is passed, it is effective immediately, notwithstanding any charter requirement to the contrary.
I appreciate that information. Thank you.
All right, what do y'all want to do?
Yeah, make a
First of
motion.
all, let's make sure that everybody's available on the 22nd, so that way we know that we could get this done if we needed to get it done on 22nd. Secondly, if we could get Leon just to give a little explanation on what steps we're doing so far to go to bond, because Councilmember Kale brought up having two sets of plans. Where are we percentage-wise with being DD ready going to bond, and what are the steps moving forward there? Leon, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. Council, we're at about 10% on these plans. Typically, we like to have these plans about 30% so we can see more of what's being planned out there. All these consultants were asked to provide at least two different alternatives designs for these projects. Some of them have roundabouts, some of them do not. And that's one of the requirements in the ordinance is that we always look at a roundabout at a major intersection. That's what they've done. So council has a prerogative to decide whether to go with either one of those options. And that's the decision we need to have from council. Do you want to go with roundabouts? Do you not want to go with roundabouts? That's what these guys have drawn up and what we're expecting. That's what we expected them to provide. Again, we only have one set of plans that is at 30%, and that's a Center Street and Old Stagecoach project. But the rest are still only at 10%. So they're not really fleshed out completely yet.
And when will we make that decision as a council for the roundabout or traffic signal?
My understanding is that we should have everything back to us by August 29th for the final changes and things that we've asked them to modify on their plans.
So if we vote on this August 22nd, how does that affect us if we're not coming back to August 29th?
I don't know if council is able to go ahead and make the decision on the 29th.
Well, I can make a decision right now that I do not want a roundabout in that area, so I don't know if we can just at least vote on that. I don't think it's a good decision financially for the city, because there are several businesses over there, and I don't think that's in our budget to purchase those companies.
It will be expensive.
It will be way past.
Yeah, so I'm in agreement. I think as soon as we saw those, everyone's comments were the same, that those, they didn't make sense at some of those. So, you know, we're gonna, the actual decision on some of that can potentially be, you know, as much as a year away. So that the challenge is just how do you project forward and call for a bond when you're still working on and developing the plans? I mean, it's taken us over a year to get to this point. So I think if we're worried that the public might have an adverse reaction to, in particular, a couple of the roundabouts proposed along Center Street and Burleson, and Center Street and Veterans, we can go ahead and take those out of the scope probably by the 22nd and have it modified just so that we're clear when we call the bond, you know, and then all of our marketing material can, you know, reflect that commitment. And then, you know, we could potentially reduce it by an amount, because I don't know if there's an that's more of a Joe Cantalupo question, but there's alternate plans sets that are different plans that are designed. So there's a number somewhere in the designs for those two roundabouts, and it could be removed out of this bond, but we're only gonna be able to do that just this one time. And that's assuming Joe could Joe, you want to come up and confirm that you can reduce the scope on that by the 22nd?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Joe Cantaloupe, I'm with K. Friesen Associates, and we're the GEC for the city. So the cost estimates that were developed included, as Leon said, in most, if not all cases, two alternatives. So there's, there's options. And it's not unusual when you do a 10% or a concept plan to lay out options. And as
Right,
part-
okay,
right.
but just, so on these two intersections, the numbers
They
that
can
you have.
easily come out by next
Hang on, but the numbers that you have proposed are to include the higher costs, which is the roundabout.
Exactly, yes,
So that's extra easements and all kinds of
Yes,
stuff. So we could reduce the scope of the bond fairly easily by taking those items out and just telling you now that we're not going to go with the roundabouts on those two intersections.
Right.
Could you fairly easily reduce the scope?
Yes, for one or all of the projects? Just
Well,
at
for
your
those two
direction?
intersections,
Right.
I'm not sure that we were going to try to go through every plan, but those are the two that I've gotten the feedback, and I'm sure the rest of the council's gotten the same feedback, and it's my own opinion as well, that they just don't fit. So, I want us to be clear with the public that we're not going to put those roundabouts there, because it could start us off on the wrong foot.
That's easily done.
Okay, so that's something I think we could probably renegotiate and have for a meeting on the 22nd. And we have time to call that meeting, reduce the dollar amount on the bonds and the scope. And I think that would probably provide Jeff with GAP Strategies a little more time to prepare messaging around that as well.
Yeah, so that's definitely want to go, definitely think those are two bad areas for roundabouts, so we could just move forward without even proposing a roundabout there would be great.
I agree. So is there, what are the thoughts about having a meeting on the 22nd?
I'm for it, and this is why. If anybody's, this has been a long, drawn-out process. We've had years and years of conversations about our roads, and this is a very, very important issue for our city and for our residents. It's the roads, the roads. And just hearing that we only have maybe 10% of it ready to go versus the 30%, again, we are under the gun on this. But we got to get this right. We got to get it right. We got to make sure that the roads that are designed are, this is going to be the final concept. This is the final roads with the final designs, whether they got street lights or some over here with roundabouts. It's got to be 100% ready to go, because when we vote on this and we have the dollar amount, it's going on the ballot. It's going on the ballot. So that is the whole thing is I know we've been talking about this. I know it's like we're coming down to it, but we got to be very specific on the designs. What are the final plans? Because again, if we approve this to get on the bond, we're going to have to answer to the residents, this is the reason why we're choosing these roads. And we have to be upfront with them, because again, it's their tax dollars. It's going to be their money that if they approve this bond, they're going to be expecting us to have the design correct, the amount correct, and the time schedule for these things to be done. So I'm for doing it on the, coming back for a public hearing on the 22nd on Monday, because this is very important. This is what we're here for. And again, the roads has been a major issue for our city, and we've got to try to get this right.
Okay. I want to add a couple things. Number one is that it has always been the plan for 10% preliminary engineering to be the measure that we look for in calling for the bond. So, and that was in particular because in 2013 when we called for the bond, I believe we had 0%. It was back of napkin math. So compared to where we were, this is only the second roads bond in the history of our city. And compared to where we were in 2013, we took an entire year of delay, because we were considering it last year, in order to get us to this point. And partly it's because it's an ambitious scope. We're talking 10 total roads that caused this to, be delayed, but we've got estimates for right-of-way and for utility relocations. None of that was even included. And then in 2013, they called 5 roads for 33 million or 35, and it ended up being 7 roads all in total. So it changes over time, especially with our plans of 2023 and 4, and then 26 and 7. You know, there's 2 different rounds. There will be a few of these roads that don't come out right out of the gate, and it'll be a whole nother council, and they may decide they want to change something up, you know, by that point in time. So if we, you know, there's just a process to it, and I think we're doing a pretty good job of getting ready. But I do really agree that for a variety of reasons, it makes sense to remove those 2 roundabouts. But is there more discussion on the date as far as us being able to make it? Is 7 o'clock okay? Councilmember Floresco.
Well, going back to what Councilmember Tobias said, I just want to make sure that we are not rushing it, and I understand we've been doing this for a year. I used to work for an attorney that used to say, you can do it right, I can give it to you right, or you can have it right now, but you can't have both. And so I do understand the need. I think everybody on this council, everybody that sits and lives in Kyle, we all know that there's a need for these roads. So because of that, I don't think that even if we do happen to wait, and I'm not saying another year, but maybe we look at, I think there's a March or a May election, to give more time in order to make more specific decisions. Even though you say in 2013 they had less information, I think we've come a long way since then. That was almost 10 years ago. And so with the growth and all the residents, and making sure we get the input from them, I don't think it's necessarily out of the scope to make sure we are doing this the right way and doing this the most strategic way we have. I don't know if doing it in the beginning of next year would give, GAP Strategies more time to collect information. And you're looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm not trying to delay it because I don't want it. I live on 150. I want these road bonds more than anybody else. I just want to make sure that we're doing it and we're making sure we have the correct information and we're not misleading anybody. I want to have the trust of the voters, essentially, is what I want. But I'm okay moving forward as well. I'm just putting my fillers out there for, is it more wise to wait, another additional 3 or 4 months? Because I don't know if that's really going to necessarily.
So can I make just one point of clarification? So the bond election ordinance that you all have before you has a principal amount of bonds that's proposed for the election to be called. And also the bond proposition is for road projects. And so it is for road projects generally. And we have certain road projects that have been enumerated. And so those road projects would be given priority for bonds. But the bond election ordinance and what you're doing through calling the election doesn't speak to the scope of the roadway improvements, the design for the roadway improvements. There's nothing within calling the bond tonight that ties you to any one specific project as it relates to that road. When you go to issue the bonds, because when you have the bond authorization, that's your first step. After the voters say yes, then council would come back and they would authorize the issuance of the bonds like you all recently did for the 2018 bonds. So, or the 2020 bonds, sorry. So I guess the point is that some of the details that you're putting out right now is informational details based on the city's best understanding of what the needs are and what these bond projects would look like, but that does not get incorporated into the action that calls the election.
Jeff, you have something you want to come up and add?
Jeff Barton with GAP Strategies, and we've been hired to help with public education for you all. I think one of the reasons you chose is that we've been involved in a number of bond projects around the state, and as you get into these deliberations, I just want to share a few ideas about that, because there's some excellent ideas and excellent conversation here at the council level about making sure that you have adequate detail. And there's not a right or wrong answer, but I will share this perspective with you. As we look at what other cities have done, council members, you want a certain level of detail, but many other cities are reluctant to go to that design level of detail. You keep it typically at this concept level, similar to where you are today, for a few reasons. You don't want to spend millions and millions of dollars on the final design only to find out that your constituents don't want a bond package. So you want to get enough information to give the citizenry a clear idea of what your intent is, but perhaps not go so far that you've spent money that would, a significant amount of money that would be wasted. Secondarily, just to put that in perspective for both you and people listening, this is not the last bite at the apple for people. In the process that you've outlined, that Mr. Cantalupo is outlining, there would be lots of opportunity for further public comment as you get into those detailed designs. So I wouldn't want anybody listening or council members to think that because you lock in general routes and concept plans for road designs, that you don't get another bite at the apple as a council and as a community to talk about precisely how those roads develop. What happens to water lines, even what happens to intersections, can continue to be refined with public input as you go. And I hope that's helpful.
I think that's helpful. I do think that 10% design is exactly where we want to be. So I don't think we're not ready. I think we are ready. And then my only thought about calling a special election just for the bond is that typically in special elections, especially compared to a 2022 gubernatorial election, we'll have something like maybe 10 or 15% of the turnout. So in terms of gauging what the taxpayers want, it's always been my opinion that you get the best representation of the community's opinion when you put it on a ballot where there are lots of people coming to vote. And in particular, a bond election is one that's very clear and that impacts everyone a great deal. So, I would prefer, even though it's scary to take a bond to the voters, this is only my second time to do it. It is, I do feel that it is appropriate for us to do it in November when we're having a major election coming forward. There will be thousands of people who will be affected, who will vote on this one way or another. So that's my input. But we can call we can call another meeting for Tuesday. And if there's someone who can't be here physically, we could do a virtual component. But I do still ask, since we're talking about coming back and discussing this again, can everybody make it at 7 o'clock on Tuesday?
Monday. I think it has to be Monday.
Monday.
Is there any way we can have it sooner too? Can we have it Saturday?
Let me just make my point just very, very clear. Again, I just wanted to make sure that the roads that were on the map, that it's just all general finalized. So that way we could say, these are the final plans, okay? That's really what it is. It's not a matter, it's just making sure that somebody can come up and say, this is the final design, and in that way we can go from there. Because we're talking about taking some roundabouts out now. So just making sure we have it 100% accurate.
On Saturday would be better. Saturday early morning would be better for me. Otherwise, I would have to be virtual and could maybe catch the tail end of it.
Yeah, I'm available Saturday.
I'll make myself available.
Okay. Saturday's harder for me. So.
Yep, it's my anniversary, but I'll figure it out.
Can 4 of us be here at least Saturday? I can physically be here, so.
But is that actually the preference, is to do that on Saturday?
Yes.
If we have to, the way I look at it is if we have to, Mayor, that way if we can get the design plans and we can get everything finalized, and that way it's all ready to go.
Can we check how many people can make it on Saturday
I think we
physically,
can-
and how many can we
I
make it on
seriously see
Monday?
it
I
go
can
past
make it
30
Monday.
minutes to an hour.
Right, but that's the point. I think we can all make it on both days, so, or close to it, virtually versus not. So, I would have to be virtual on Saturday. It would mess with my plans pretty substantially on Saturday morning, so.
So I'll make sure that I'm here. Anybody needs to be virtual.
So you want to do it on Saturday versus
I'd like
Monday?
to do it on Saturday, yeah.
Okay, got it. All right. So do y'all have a time?
8 o'clock,
8 o'clock.
if that's okay.
Is that enough time to
So
adjust the
reminder,
scope?
yeah, so, well, it'll be fine to adjust the scope. We will have to, I guess, work to get new principal amounts and then work with the Samco team to get updated financial information to complete the ordinance. You do have the 72-hour posting requirement for Open Meetings Act, so if you meet 8 a.m. Saturday, that notice would have to be posted prior to 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Do it now.
So if that is
Should we shoot for Monday?
feasible,
Anybody,
I would love
should
that.
we Shoot for Monday.
I would
I
say
mean, if we-
Monday is better.
If we,
Monday evening is a good time because it's also
Whatever
a
council
good
wants to
time for residents, the evenings, as opposed to
Yeah.
Saturday morning. There'll be nobody here at 8 a.m. on Saturday. I'm not saying there'll be anyone here on Monday, but if we're going to have a public hearing and a final
if
reading.
we're making the point of not trying to rush this and making sure it's right, I want to make sure that you have adequate time as well.
Yeah.
And to be fair on that end. I would make myself available on Monday for that. But if it's this important for all of us, including our residents, to make sure we have the accurate information, I don't mind
So what-
7 o'clock or 6 o'clock for an hour or so.
So 7 o'clock on Monday?
Okay. All right, I'd like to make a motion to postpone this item and to direct staff to remove the two roundabouts on Center Street and prepare a new scope of work for calling the bond election to that. And to
Second.
direct staff to call a special meeting for 7 p.m. on Monday, August 22nd, to take up this matter.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Cale. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right. 6-0, sorry. Also, it looks like we postponed item 26, but it has a public hearing, so I'm going to open that and leave that open. So if there are no objections, I'm going to reconsider. Agenda item 26. It's first reading an ordinance amending Chapter 53, City of Kyle, Texas, for the purpose of rezoning approximately 18.84 acres of land from retail services to planned unit development for property located approximately 400 feet southwest of the intersection of Marketplace Ave and the City Lights Drive. If there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward? Seeing none, I'm going to make a motion to postpone this item.
Second.
Will, did you say the date for item 26? Does that need to be September 6th? No,
Yes, sir. 9/6.
To 9/6. All right, so the motion is made by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right, next up, agenda item 29. Consideration and possible action to approve a one-year landscape maintenance at Heroes Memorial Park in an amount not to exceed $90,059. Mr. Rosenborough.
Mayor and Council, Dave Harding, for the record, HCM Project Manager on behalf of the city. As you said, this is coming back. What this is a one-year maintenance package proposed by Cleanscapes, or on behalf of Cadence McShane. Cleanscapes would be actually doing the work to maintain the park. This is to protect and care for adequately your investment, your $10 million investment at Heroes Park. We did renegotiate back with Cleanscapes and down for the OH&P with Cadence McShane, and we were able to get it down 10,000. So I think what you saw the last time, I believe, was $70,059. We are now down to $60,339. We are still asking for a $20,000 contingency for out-of-contract maintenance, just optional for the city, just as a sort of a contingency for outside contract items.
All right, thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Harding? Councilmember Parsley.
Did we get any other bids for this?
No, we do not. So we have a bid for, I spoke too quickly. We did have one other bid from Brightview, who the city currently has a contract with. We did a comparison of the two. Their bid came in, I don't want to get too into this unless you really want to know all the comparisons. Their bid came in at $22,600. And there's a lot of reasons why. Primarily being they kind of scoped this park, they scoped it less in cost than they're currently maintaining Mary Kyle Hartson Park. even though it's roughly 3 times the size. So when we looked at the quotes, it didn't give us a lot of confidence in their pricing, if that makes sense.
Is there any way we can see that?
We actually have looked at it. We've sent it over. It's been looked at by Jerry Hendrix, and we've kind of vetted it. To be honest with you, after looking it through, I would not recommend it. That is just my opinion.
Mayor, Council, Jerry Hendrix for the record. We went to great length to analyze 2 contracts and weigh the services provided by both Brightview and Cleanscapes to provide the services to the park and maintain the warranty and the gold standard that we want. The bid that David is talking about was a contract that we had previously bid for them to take over maintenance. We've talked with Brightview. They're willing to step down from that contract to allow us to proceed with the maintenance under Cleanscapes to protect the warranty of the plants at that park, and staff recommends proceeding with Cleanscapes.
Councilmember Flores Kale.
Right, thank you. It looks like the markup is still the same, 9,265. So I guess I'm kind of wondering where.
You might be looking at a different attachment.
It's whatever backup is attached to it.
I think that might be the original attachment, I'm guessing. Let me see if I wonder if the new attachment, does the front of your page say 60,339?
The third page does it.
Wait, let me see. 1, 2. So it doesn't, third page says monthly and then it says annual.
So if you look at the cover page there, it should say, your markup should be at 5,000, it looks like it's a little small, 5,485. It was previously 10,000.
I'm going to take your word for it. It does make me a little bit nervous to spend this much. I mean, I more than anybody else understands the importance of maintaining something that you have that's really nice. It's where my kids are not supposed to eat in my car. But at the same time, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and I have a genuine, curiosity as to how we are going to incorporate our staff into taking over this park. Is there even a plan for that?
There are. There actually are some. There are some maintenance items that your staff can engage with, and we are in discussions with Jerry to do just that. I actually have a meeting on site tomorrow with Mariana to talk about some of those items specifically. This is specifically for the landscaping because what you have here is I mean, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of park, and you have a lot of very expensive plantings that have gone in here. And again, we really want to encourage council to robustly protect this investment. To the best of your ability. You have poured a lot into this, and we just really want to safeguard it.
So then what is the normal warranty? Like if we don't, I mean, I can't imagine there's just hey, we put all this stuff in and we're going to walk away and now there's no warranty for spending thousands for a tree or whatever.
Right.
My question is, what if we don't go with them and the city just does it on their own? What does that warranty look like?
Right. Well, so you're going to get the 1-year warranty from Cleanscapes. The problem is that when it comes to plantings, there are certain maintenance items that must be maintained in order for that warranty to stand. And so Cleanscapes, being the warranty guarantor, they are ultimately the ones who are probably best suited to ensure that their warranty is upheld, which is why we went with them to begin with. And again, when I looked at the proposal, the alternate proposal that I had, it became very apparent to me that a lot of the items on this were grossly estimated.
So if they're responsible for the warranty, then why would we pay them?
Yeah.
Well, so in order to maintain that warranty, there are certain maintenance items that must be upheld by, so if it's not them, essentially city staff would have to ensure that certain things are being done at the park to ensure that warranty items are then upheld, if that makes sense.
I just have a hard time, they're giving me a warranty for the park if I contract their services.
No, you're going to get the warranty either way, but again, so the way warranties work, there are certain provisions that have to be in place for warranties to be able to be upheld. So
that's why I wanted to see bids on what are the requirements for the warranty to stand from different companies. So this is the kind of maintenance I have to do in certain areas, and how can we bid on different companies that are going to make the maintenance necessary for the warranty to stand. Because $20,000 from one company to $70,000 from the other one, it's a $50,000 difference. I just don't understand, why such a big gap. If they want to have the first year of maintenance services in order for the warranty to stand. It makes no sense to me.
Visits was the primary. So what you have one bid coming in at 60,000, and you have 42 visits on that. The other bid is coming in at 23. You have like 23. So it's quite frankly just less manpower. You're going to have less people on the park on a regular basis maintaining the park.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so the big discrepancy is between the two companies. So if we were to go with Brightview, we would have to put a contingency saying if Brightview were to do something that didn't honor the warranty, then they would be liable. Would that be the same price on Brightview? Would they still go in at the 22,000? Because if something dies out there, a tree's about $20,000.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? So think about that. I want Brightview to be responsible. If we go with a cheaper company and they're giving us a cheaper bid, I want them to be responsible for anything that they destroy. So if they're going to give us a cheap bid, they need to be liable for that. I understand why Cleanscapes is giving us a higher bid because trees are expensive. It's hard to get them right now, So they're giving us a bid where they can take care of themselves. Brightview came in with this real low bid. So if they give me the guarantee that they're gonna, if they destroy something and the warranty's not gonna be upheld because it's something negligence on their part and they replace it, then I'll go with Brightview at the $20,000. But I want that guarantee from Brightview.
Mayor.
Councilor Tobias.
To me, I look at it as it's not a matter if they're going to destroy a tree or not. I mean, things die eventually. I mean, you look
$20,000.
outside. I mean, the grass is dead. So what's going to happen a year from now? Okay, a year from now, you make the improvements and said, okay, I have a warranty on this fern, and anything that happens to this fern in 1 year, we're going to keep it green, and then after that, you guys are on your own, and there goes the $90,000 or $60,000. My assumption was that the city was going to, of course, they have people that they're trying to get on the budget for more more crews to be able to work with the Parks Department, was you would have a department that would be just assigned to the park, that you would check it every day and water it and keep it on a regular schedule, just like everything else. So it's like, we're saying, well, we're having a warranty for these plants. They're expensive. The trees are $10,000 or $20,000. But then after a year or so, if they die, they die. We're going to have to replace them eventually. And so guess what? We're going to have to pay more. So I'm just trying to still understand this contract for 1 year for this amount of money to take care of and make sure that these ferns or these plants or these trees don't die. And if they damage them, they replace them. But then after a year, what happens after that?
Mayor Jerry Hendrix, Acting City Manager, for the record. We do have a supplemental plan in place for our Parks Department with their staff to visit the park on a daily basis to not only catch up on any weeds or damage to the plants that may occur in between visits by whatever company we use, but also to make sure that trash is being collected properly, that weeds are being taken care of properly, we have recycling on the site, so that any company we use is only going to be there at maximum once a week. And Parks has a plan, and I can forward that plan to you, to supplement the maintenance and attention needed for all of our parks, Mary Kyle Hartson, La Verde, and Heroes Memorial, to make sure that they get the daily attention they need to be the gold standard that the council has asked us to do. David and I did review both those bids from the two companies. The Cleanscapes bid was much more robust in our opinion, plus since Cleanscapes is the ones that actually installed the plants, we feel they have a better knowledge of the plants. There's also more mulch services involved in the Cleanscapes proposal. We can go back and look at the Brightview bid and see what it would cost to bring it up to the standard that the Cleanscapes bid is. And it's nothing against Brightview. Brightview is doing a great job for us. But we just feel that for Heroes Memorial Park, Cleanscapes has more skin in the game, and we feel more comfortable recommending them to do the maintenance. And this, like I said earlier tonight, it's a $10 million park, and it's a jewel for the city, and it's going to cost some money to maintain. And we don't want to skimp on that investment. Once the warranty is up, then it will be on us to make sure that those plants are properly cared for, and we have a plan for that.
True. So the follow-up question then, Jerry, would be then, from the beginning, why didn't we have a city crew out there with them? If we're going to be making this $1 million, $10 million investment in this park, shouldn't we have already had our ground crew out there working with these people to say this is the type of treatment that you need for this type of plant, this is the type of watering you need to, so that way when we have our grand opening, that they basically tag each other and say, now it's on you, it's on us. So didn't we not have a plan already in place with our Parks Department if we're having this specialized vegetation out there and also cleaning the pond, that we didn't have something already in place to incorporate our city workers to say, let's work together. These are the types of watering scheduling that you need to be able to have and so forth.
The plan that was developed by the Parks Department was developed in coordination with developers of the park, and particularly the landscape architects. And the Parks Department will be out there tomorrow. Keep in mind, this has been a construction zone. So the construction people have been out there. So now that it's approaching completion, we begin that process at tomorrow's meeting. So, and keep in mind also that our parks crew is not unfamiliar with landscape maintenance. So this is not an extraordinary learning curve for them.
Also, training is.
Okay, all right, I have a few things to say, all right? Number one, it has always been the plan to have a robust landscape contract over Heroes Memorial Park, Mary Kyle Hartson Park, La Verde. The plan that we're putting in place over at Mary Kyle Hartson, that is the exact same plan that we're putting in place over Heroes Memorial Park. It is not one or the other. It's not park staff or a contractor. It is both. It is a base level of service, and then Parks Department coming in, taking out the trash, doing very detail-oriented maintenance items that are not within the scope of the base landscaping contract. So consider the way that our comparisons of Brightview versus city staff for maintenance have come forward in recent meetings. We've had it proven multiple times over that the landscape contracts actually provide a higher level service for a lower cost than FTEs from the city staff. So if we said we want to hire a crew to maintain Heroes Memorial Park, they would have to be a specialized crew, and that specialized crew of, I don't know, 1, 2, or 3 people would cost significantly more than $60,000 a year. So the proposal that we are bringing forward, and then finally, this is TERS 2 funded. So the funding from this is not the general fund. So if you hired parks staff crew, generally speaking, that crew would be paid for out of the general fund. So this is the exact type of expense, maintenance and operation expense, that TERS number 2 envisioned taking over. So that the burden of maintenance of this very nice park wouldn't fall to the general fund. So,
but this is for 1 year, though. It's just for 1 year.
Right, our budget, I don't know if Pervez has the amount that he has in the budget annually offhand, but I think we have $200,000 budgeted between these two parks for maintenance from TERS number 2. So it's below budget. Okay. I've always thought the budget for maintaining Heroes Memorial Park would be roughly $100,000 a year. That's, and this is 60, so that's $5,000 a month. Mary Kyle Hartson Park, which is a fraction of the scope of what Heroes Memorial Park will be, is $2,500 a month or something along those lines. So, I mean, this proposal, I think the Brightview plan and then the warranty conversation has sort of sidetracked us from the broader conversation of putting really good landscape contracts over these parks. I have watched cities, and I won't say anything about the city of Kyle historically as it relates to landscape maintenance, but I have seen other cities, and Kyle's really no different, install landscaping and allow for that landscaping to fall to a really low standard and sometimes just completely go away because there was not a plan in place for appropriate levels of landscaping. This is all in plan. There's nothing unique about this proposal. It's just a proposal that keeps Heroes Memorial Park at the level that it will be when it is opened into perpetuity. So it will be $60,000 every year. $5,000 a month to maintain it is a decent price for everything that's being proposed. And I have a fair amount of experience on landscaping. So I've interacted with landscaping crews, landscaping bids for the majority of my professional career. And it is just not as easy to keep something maintained at a high level, especially when you're talking about a robust park with 50 different plant types, all different kinds of things there. There's a reason why that staff is recommending Cleanscapes versus Brightview here. They are the right group to maintain this park to the right standard.
We would agree.
If I could just finally finish, as I was interrupted earlier. What do you call it? I'm good with either one, Cleanscapes or Brightview. The only thing I want is a warranty by Brightview saying if they do something dies due to negligence, that they're liable. That's what I would want from them. The other thing is the reason the first year is because all the planning's out there working with the design team. Philip and his team. Philip is a really knowledgeable person when it comes to anything vegetation with dirt samples, everything. Philip always says that the first year is crucial. That's when plans are going to take.
That's right.
It's always in the first year. This is by an expert that does this for a living. That's one thing I learned from him is that if it's going to take, it's going to take in the first year. It'll die in the first year as well. After that, it's going to go on. But that's the reason why first year is always critical. But I'm good with going with either one as long as I get a guarantee from Brightview that they will be, if something dies due to their negligence, they will pay for it.
I will say that the Cleanscapes proposal came on the heels of a recommendation from Philip. They worked hand in hand to create their schedule, their visits, talking about every detail of this park, what they were going to do, what it was going to include even irrigation inspections, which there's almost none in the Brightview. I mean, there's just a lot of things missing to get the Brightview quote up to the same just up to the same standard that Cleanscapes has proposed. You're actually going to be very likely over 60,000. I think that this is an excellent quote. I think that it's an excellent company. I think they will do a fabulous job. I highly, highly recommend it, but I understand.
Councilmember Flores-Kill.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say the Mary Carlson Park has AstroTurf, so I don't know how much really gets landscaped over there. But going back to the Heroes Memorial, and a comment that was made, which was, this has always been the plan. I didn't know about that plan. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that was like a plan made within staff or not, but I wasn't completely aware that we were going to outsource the Heroes Memorial. And I certainly did not know that it was going to be $70,000, which has been decreased to $60,000. And because it's so much, maybe before we put in these robust landscapings, we should also take into consideration that we have droughts here. And so hopefully for our next project that we could be a little bit more aware of that. I will say the difference between hiring an outside source versus the 5 employees that the environmental services has on their budget is they will outside sourcing will come in once a week for a couple of hours, whereas if we have staff 7 days a week, 8 hours a day, and then we can also use those staff in other departments. So you're kind of getting a double dip, I guess. And to be fair, I've never seen those numbers. I've requested those numbers for the budget meeting to know what is the cost comparison. And so although it has been talked about several times that it is cheaper to go a third-party route, I cannot confirm that. And so my real concern is this is a lot of money. And the city is budgeted for 5 new environmental service employees, and so that has to do with the beautification of Kyle. And so, if nothing else, I would like to see other bids, because you're talking about a $50,000 difference. And although I'm not trying to go for the lowest, I am trying to make the best judgment call, and if all we have are 2 different bids, I don't know if that's sufficient enough for me to vote yes on this.
Sure. I do want to make this known, and we're happy to do that. I want to make it known that we are going to hit substantial completion on this park very soon. There will be a gap between substantial completion, between maintenance on this park, between substantial completion and ribbon cutting. If we do not have a maintenance plan in place during that interim, I fear for the level of quality that you're going to see from overgrowth in that park on ribbon cutting. I'm not trying to put pressure, but to some degree there is built-in pressure here. We do need to have a plan in place. We can fully endorse this. We believe in this plan. We believe in this company. We know that they're going to do a great job maintaining, keeping this gold standard for this park. If we wait, then very likely our next council is 9/6, and 9/11 is right around. I don't think we're going to probably be in the window to get that park where it needs to be.
Well, I'm on board with you, and I really wish this would have been taken care of prior to. This is our second time that we've looked at it. The first time we asked for a lower markup, and so I hope you realize this is not just on council. This has been 2 weeks delay because we decided we wanted to see if we can get it cheaper.
Yes, ma'am.
But with that said, I have to be responsible to the taxpayers who are essentially may put this bill, even though I understand it's a TERS. This TERS is sometimes funded by the general fund, and I just am not comfortable moving forward with just 2 bids with such a big gap.
Councilmember Parsley.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to contact Brightview for them to provide a quote that kind of provides the same scope of services and visits that Cleanscape is providing for comparison purposes.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Parsley, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Cale, that we direct staff to engage Brightview to bring back a quote that includes the same scope and services as Cleanscapes.
I would just like to add the amendment that Mayor Pro Tem was asking for regarding the guarantee for the plants.
Yep.
In that.
Yes.
Okay.
And one added motion, I'd like to bring this back to the 22nd meeting that we're having, if possible. That gives us a window between the grand opening and the ribbon cutting and whatever we're doing. If you all are amenable to adjusting those amendments.
Discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion carries 4-2. All right, next up, agenda item number 30, postponed. Consider impossible action to approve a resolution of the City of Council authorizing and creating a Limestone Creek Public Improvement District. This item has a public hearing. It's been postponed. We're going to recommend to postpone this item again, I believe, and have it brought back. Or is it to have it, I can't remember, to have a development agreement readjusted. So I'm not sure who I'm looking at here. All right, I'm gonna recommend that we take a break. I need some time, so we'll reconvene at 10:05. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Next up is agenda item number 30. Consider impossible action to approve a resolution of the City Council authorizing and creating the Limestone Creek Public Improvement District. This item has a public hearing. We are going to recommend to postpone this item, but if the public hearing is already open, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open it again. Is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none. Amber, I can't remember, are we planning to, on Limestone Creek, are we postponing this PID to the next meeting, or what are we doing with Limestone Creek and the PID?
We don't have an individual, a representative of Limestone Creek here, do we? I would recommend that we postpone to the next meeting.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that we postpone this item to the next regularly scheduled meeting. Second. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. Next up, agenda item 31, consider a request by Justin C. on behalf of Manjel Kyle LLC for a right-of-way street pavement width waiver, collector street right-of-way from 60 feet to 50 feet and pavement width from 38 to 32 feet. Mr. Atkinson.
Will Atkinson, Interim Director of Planning, for the record. This is a request for the applicant that's considering building some townhomes on approximately 17 acres between Porter Street and the Silverado neighborhood. The zoning is there. They are allowed to construct them per code, but they do need to build a public street section within the property matching the Transportation Master Plan. The Transportation Master Plan has a collector showing of approximately 2 to 3 lanes. It's a little bit flexible in that manner. And when you look at our subdivision code, the collector is a minimum of 60-foot right-of-way with a 38-foot pavement section. So that's between the curbs. They are requesting a reduction of the right-of-way down to 50 feet and a pavement section down to 32 feet. Now, from staff's perspective, we do not believe it's going to have a negative impact on the overall street section that will eventually connect from Veterans Drive up to Montera at the stub out at Silverado, because primarily it will still meet fire code. So those 2 fire trucks can still pass, and you can have parking on each side of the street that's parallel, in addition to having a streetscape with appropriately chosen trees and the 5-foot sidewalks on each side. And that's essentially it. That's a request to the subdivision requirements, a waiver to it, excuse me. Do you have any questions for me? And we also have the representatives here
Mr.
as well.
Atkinson. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just real quick, Will. So that'll cover the fire trucks. I'm thinking about maybe, where, are there any dumpsters or anything in this area at all? Everything's just gonna be loaded for houses, right? No dumpsters where we have to get garbage. Well, you're gonna have garbage trucks up and down there for the individual receptacles. How does that affect this in any way?
That is a question I do not have an answer for. We haven't gotten primarily into the plan reviews yet. This is just the first step that they were requesting to help formulate the plans. However, do y'all happen to have an answer for that?
Braxton Adamson with Ascent Investment Partners, we're the developer here. So these roads they're talking about, this extension of Montera Drive is going to be a public road. As of right now, there's no homes that are going to be facing onto Montera Drive. The roads shooting off there is going to be two parcels, one to the north, one to the south, with private roads, and there will be trash bins coming out in front of those houses. So there will not be dumpsters on these roads here.
Okay, and I'm noticing there's no sidewalks coming up either way. Is there any planned sidewalks there, or am I missing it?
I believe so our civil engineer, Justin Cadger, is here with Quiddity, and he can speak to sidewalks.
I'm just thinking about accessibility out of the neighborhood, and that's why.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, so the cross-section would be a 32-foot face-to-face for the pavement, followed by a 5-foot planning zone, and then, 4-foot planning zone, and then a 5-foot sidewalk on either side.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Flores-Cal.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions. Did this go to the Board of Adjustments?
No, ma'am, because subdivision waivers do not require that. The Board of Adjustments look at it from zoning perspective only, and subdivisions, it's not required to go to them. Y'all are the appropriate body to approve it or review
Okay.
it.
And then why do they want this waiver?
I suspect it fits within their project better. They have an adjacent, on the concept plan, they have an adjacent amenity center, and it's already a small acreage, so it'll help provide a little bit more acreage on there if they have the 50-foot right-of-way versus 60 from one perspective. But y'all can probably provide a little bit more detail.
Perfect. Thanks, Will.
Yes, sir.
So to kind of give some background for why we're requesting the reduction to the width of the right-of-way, the reasons mainly for this are when we were coordinating the alignment for the street with city staff, we were looking at multiple different alignments. And so the original alignment we had presented shared the right-of-way burden with the adjacent property. And based off coordination with city staff, the preferred alignment was a straighter alignment that put the whole burden on our site. And so it's mainly for this reason that we're asking for the smaller 50-foot right-of-way to right-of-way width, since the full burden is on this development to dedicate the right-of-way.
Okay, I'm not a fan of doing these kind of waivers. So, I mean, I'm genuinely curious to hear everybody else's thoughts because I think this is the first time this kind of thing has really come in front of us, and I'm all for the wider. Yeah, I would have to be convinced.
So I just want to add on mine real quick, if nobody's.
Go ahead.
Okay, am I just seeing one exit over on San Felipe? Is there no plan to go into Live Oak?
Yes, right now there are two entrances to this site, one off of Medina on the east side, and then southwest you'll see as well there's a second access point to the site, which meets all fire code.
Yeah, I guess I'm not seeing it.
It is over, let's see, if you go left, bottom left on the diagram.
Okay, where's that go, though? I mean, it's not going out to anything.
To that alleyway,
That's just an alley, I mean,
and then out to Porter.
is it going out to Porter? Because it doesn't show it here on the map.
So that's Cockerham Street. That's not an alley, and we're required to dedicate right-of-way there to expand that street as well. So you can have access on Cockerham that goes to Porter. They're on the kind of bottom left side of the development. Also, you can exit, like you're saying, on San Felipe on the right. We are negotiating with the Catholic Church to get access to Live Oak. However, they actually own a sliver of land between Live Oak Street and our site. So we don't have by right access there. We are negotiating it, but there's no guarantee we're going to get it. So yeah, I don't know there. And also kind of why we want the smaller right-of-way for Montero Drive is that per the thoroughfare plan, it shows it kind of turning up a little bit and running into our neighbor's site there. And so the road would just end. Okay, we're trying to build it farther, make it straighter, but in order to do that, it has to come, we got to reduce it in order to get it to run across the east-west of our site. Otherwise, it'd be hitting into our neighbor's site, and you wouldn't be able to get the width there.
So I get now I get the width reduction there, coming off of near San Felipe there. Okay, so I get that now. So you're gonna expand the road there on Porter Street. What street is that? On the bottom left?
Cockerham.
That's Cockerham.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so where's that tie-in gonna be? Is it, I mean, because I'm not seeing it. It just says, it's got a red line all the way down.
Well, so the red line's our property line. You can see there, the road does connect and run almost the full extent of our bottom left boundary there. It's just, but we're dedicating more right-of-way to make that a bigger road.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, that's a good explanation on the 50-foot, the reduction from 60 to 50, because I'm looking at it when it's coming over to the neighborhood there. You're actually, if I'm looking at it right, you're going wider than what the road leading into it is actually.
I believe so.
Yeah, so
I
you're
believe so.
actually making it wider than the road that was originally proposed there.
And we are also trying, there's a single-family home in between our property line and Porter Street, which we are trying to purchase either the whole tract or an easement to go ahead and punch that road all the way through to Porter. I think that's best for everybody, but there's
That would actually help a lot there, so that would be great.
Yeah, we're trying unsuccessfully to reach them and make a purchase, but again, there's no guarantee we'll be able to get that either.
Okay. Yeah, I can see now, with that explanation you had, it is a wider road than what was originally proposed, because if you look down there on the top right hand of your screen, you see the original road there. It's a lot narrower than what you're proposing, so you're actually going wider than was originally planned. So, okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. I think part of my concern was to make sure that we are complying with fire code, and so knowing that it is, and you can have people parking both sides, I would like to make a motion to approve item 31.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Parsley, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve agenda item 31. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Next up, agenda item 32, authorize award and execution of a purchase order to Brightview Landscape Development not to exceed $264,837.25 for irrigation at Greg Clark Park. Ms. Espinosa.
Mayor
Mayor and Council, I'm Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. Staff would like to recommend approval of Brightview Landscape Development for irrigation at Greg Clark Park. RFPs were posted and we did receive 2 responses. The project includes irrigation, hydroseed, till to 4 inches, and maintenance. And funding for this project is available in the 2020 General Obligation Bond. And the construction will take approximately 3 months. And to note that this is for the construction. And during the construction, the contractor will take into consideration any drought restrictions that are existing as they construct and test. Our park and maintenance manager, Benito Pareda, is in here today if there's any further questions, and Brightview is on the line if there are any additional questions.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think we talked about installing purple pipe, even though we're not running purple pipe water yet. Is that still the plan there?
Yes, sir. That is
Okay,
so.
because we do have a purple pipeline nearby, and eventually that park will be irrigated with the reclaimed water. So that is on the horizon. We're just not there yet. We got to get the pipe to that park, and hopefully we have a plan moving forward on that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Yes, I just had one question, and then you answered it, and that was just disparity in the dates. And you were really quick with that answer, so I appreciate that. But with that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 32.
Motion by Councilmember Flores-Kell, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 32. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah,
Nobody wants to know what the other bid price was? Nobody cares?
I looked into it before.
Oh, okay. It's not in the
Thanks.
backup. So, all right, we're just good. 275,000. All right, sounds
Yeah.
good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. All right, next up, agenda item 33, discuss and consider possible recommendation regarding support for Central Texas AMVETS Post 115 to bring the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall that heals to display in Kyle in 2023. Ms. Espinoza.
Adriana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. The Central Texas AMVETS Post 1115 are considering applying to bring the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall that heals to display in Kyle in 2023. This wall is the Veterans Memorial traveling version that travels throughout the country. And if chosen to be the city where the wall will be, it is a 1-week exhibit. The proposed location, because of the size of the wall, is Lake Kyle when Lake Kyle reopens next spring. And in order to apply, the AMVETS must secure at least $11,000 in funding. So they are coming to City Council mostly for support to bring the wall to Kyle and or seeking any additional funding that may be available. And our post commander, Kerman Hammond, is here today to answer any further questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. I got really excited when I saw this. So I had the question of where was it going to be displayed, which you just explained, Lake Kyle. For how long will we have the display?
Mayor and council members, Kerman Hammond, Commander of AMVETS. The display, once it's up, it'll start on Wednesday afternoon and complete on Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock. What happens is they'll bring in the advanced team to line up the area where they want to put the wall, and the education center and the information center there. So there's a lot more than just a wall. But that's on a Tuesday. Wednesday, the caravan comes in, and then we start setting it up with volunteers, and then it's open to the public, and it's open 24 hours a day. So we'll be manning it with veteran volunteers around the clock.
Thank you. So it will be from Wednesday through Sunday, 24 hours a day. And what will be the total price?
The initial price is $11,000 to send the application in, and they're recommending another $10,000 for additional expenses. For example, you got people working 24 hours a day. You're going to have to feed them, make sure they're being hydrated, and so we're in the process of raising money for that. And then there's potty porta potties, generators, those kind of things. We can cut the cost down on the incidentals as much as we can, but you still got to feed the troops.
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem.
definitely would like to reach out to TDS, see if they would maybe help out with the restrooms. They would be probably a pretty good resource. So if you would like to reach out to them, or you'd like me to reach out together, Kermit, I'd really be open to that.
I have, Ray Bryan is the only person I know over there.
Yeah, and reach out to Ray, because
Yeah.
Ray would probably be your contact, and TDS does have portable air-conditioned restrooms that they could bring out to that area. Maybe they'll donate them. It just never
Yeah.
hurts to ask,
I'll,
to try to mitigate some of that cost.
I'd love to do it together.
Yeah.
Because I think that adds a little more meat to the
Okay.
plate, I guess.
And second, I want to apologize. I totally thought about bringing this forward to the beginning of the agenda item, and when the mayor made the motion to bring something forward, I forgot about it. So I'm sorry that you had to stay all these hours.
That's okay.
So but I'm really excited about the Vietnam Memorial wall. I don't know if council has any interest in coming up with some of the funding out of maybe our parks fund, because this is going to go towards tourism. Jerry, is that something we could do? Maybe dedicate some funds out of our park funds, that developers pay into the city?
I don't know that this type of event will qualify for use of park funds, but if council directs, we can explore our budget for some funding.
Thank you, Jerry.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
All right, thank you. First of all, can I ask you if you guys are a 501(c)(3)?
Yes, ma'am.
You
we
are, okay, that's good to know. And do you have any kind of general idea how much you guys are going to need to feed those people?
Cost-wise? I'd say probably we're running about $2,500, $3,000, because there's going to be 30 to 35 volunteers that we'll be having to take care of for 5 days.
Okay, and do you have contact information in case we need to get a hold of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I guess I just get that from Jerry? Okay. All right, so
I'll give you my business card. How's
Okay,
that?
that'd be perfect. I do have a quick question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
Mariana.
Oh.
I just want to make sure that we're going to be, I see that, I read the backup and it's going to need a lot of volunteers and employees, and I want to make sure that we're prepared for that.
We are. We met with Carmen and Benito Pereda and our communications director, and we discussed the needs as far as the space and the staffing that's into.
Perfect. All right, well, with that said, I'd like to approve agenda item number 33.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Flores-Cale, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 33. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah. I do.
Hang on. Councilmember Tobias.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was gonna just add a little bit more, because reading the Wall That Heals, I'm actually looking at the information that was given, because again, it says operationally, the host will be charged with enlisting the cooperation of many groups, and I'm sure you guys are working on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
The other questions would be parking. Apparently here, it says parking is recommended to sufficient parking for a minimum of 40 cars, up to 100 or 200 vehicles, correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
there's that when it comes to Lake Kyle, obviously.
Yeah, that's why we originally thought about Greg Park, but then we're looking at the parking requirements. I know Greg has it, but then when you look at where you got to lay everything out, it's just not big, not appropriate.
Okay, and then it says here that the host to adequately protect and keep the visitors in place and so forth, landscaping in keeping with the original intent of the memorial design, keeping up with the landscape on that end, restrooms shall be provided 24 access, correct?
Yes, sir.
The rules is the responsibility of the host. So what we're doing is we're trying to apply to have it come to Kyle, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the responsibility of the host and volunteers is to enforce the rules that foster proper decorum for the display. So if we do get this, when visitors come in and see this, you will have your volunteers that will coordinate the visitors and so forth. What would be any kind of assurance on insurance? Let's say something gets damaged while we're there. Is the city fully responsible for any kind of repairs or any kind of damage? I'm sure it's already
Right,
in
it's
place
all
because they go around the
included.
country.
Hey, because that's one of the questions I asked, and they said, no, we'll take care of whatever happens.
Okay, so that company or whatever it is that
Right.
does the touring
Because
of that.
when you mount the wall, you're gonna be putting some stakes in the ground,
Mhm.
which will be a hole, and then it'll obviously come back out, but shouldn't be any damage. They're very well experienced in putting this
Yes.
together.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just real quick, I know we got a motion. I was wondering if council had a desire to try to help with some of the funding on this?
Yeah, my question was going to be, what are we voting on? Yeah, we need something more specific than just to vote to support.
It says support.
Is there any way that we can maybe direct staff to see if we can find some funding for
To
this-
help pay?
To help pay the wall?
To help feed
Yeah.
the volunteers?
Well, the important thing is to try to get as much towards the $11,000 so I can submit the application. They're taking applications now. In November, they will put out the schedule. Mariana and I are working on 3 dates that we could want to do it here in Kyle. So that's I
guess the way I look at it is the support, wouldn't that be for the support staff? That's going to be helping out if we need to incorporate having the police out there. That would be part of funding this, is providing that security
Well,
versus.
their requirements is that, and you have policemen that are veterans, is that on especially the night shift, they'd all be veterans. But you have police that are.
You would have to have sworn officers there.
Right.
And then you have volunteers as well, correct?
Yeah.
And about, if you don't mind me asking, how much do you have already saved to see how much we need
We
to?
have committed $2,000 right now. We just started last week doing fundraising.
Is there any way that we can maybe come to an agreement to do half and half of those 11,000? If you guys do the 5,500 and then the city maybe can come up with 5,500?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for the city to come back at least, or find funding for the half of the wall.
Yeah, my target date to submit the application is the middle of September. Because the longer that we wait to put in the application, the less chance it is for us to get them here in 2023. Because what they'll do is we'll give them 3 dates that we can use, that we want it in. They'll come back. If they cannot accommodate those 3 dates, they'll give us another date. We have the option to decline that date and move it to 2024.
If
So
you
we
go
have
ahead
some
and do the
flexibility
application
there.
now, sir.
I'm
If
sorry?
you go ahead and do the application now, and let's say we do get approved, I think that would probably generate more interest in the city, saying that we've been chosen. And I think maybe that 11,000 that you're needing could be possibly
definitely need it.
raised. It's just basically saying we've been approved.
What I
correct?
can do is I can give them a call and let them know what's going on and see if I can submit the application and send them $1,000. And if they'll accept that, then they'll give you a little bit of time.
Is anybody opposed to paying for all of the 11,000? I mean, 11,000 isn't that much as far as. Oh, here comes
Yeah, I was
Perez. I
just
think he
gonna
has
say-
something to say.
But,
Perez, do we
could-
have $11,000 that we can?
My only advice is caution, because when things typically go, and there are other groups and organizations that you
Yes.
establish precedent when you just start jumping out with things.
Well, for this, I look at it as a tourism piece for our city. We've now got the Heroes Memorial Park. We will soon have the La Verde Park. We've got 28 restaurants coming into the area that'll help generate tax dollars. When I'm looking at these certain areas that forever Kyle has has gone out for everything. When we're visiting big parks, when we're out dining, we have dropped our dollars in other areas for decades, for as long as I can remember, as I've been alive. We now have the ability to bring those outside dollars in. People from our surrounding municipalities that are coming here to see Kyle, to come and drop, to spend dollars in Kyle, and that's tax revenue that we get as a city. I look at it as an investment when I'm looking at something like this. It's $11,000, but what is the tax revenue going to come in for them to come in and see the Heroes Memorial Wall, the Heroes Memorial Park, and the Vietnam Memorial? And maybe I'm thinking too broadly, but I see dollars coming in. I see tourism coming in, and that's something we've always wanted to generate. Unfortunately, we don't have the hotels yet. If we had the hotels, that'd be even more dollars were coming in, but we're getting there.
Well, and you have to, we're not, this, yeah, we're going to have, we want to have it here at Kyle, but it's going to cover all of Central Texas.
Well, then, if we're going to fund it, we should fund it out of hotel occupancy tax funds. So that'd be,
That's what I was thinking, parks, so.
if it's tourism, that's what that's for. Councilmember Parsley.
Well, maybe I was thinking, if we are gonna do this towards 2023, is there any way that we can work with them into doing it while we're doing any of the festivals, like Pie in the Sky for 2023? And then that will be a double attraction.
Their requirements is that no other special events are going on, because they want to keep it as
Yeah, it's the solace part of it.
yeah, it's like if you go into a cemetery. Because we already talked to them about trying to tie it into some of our other events here in Kyle, and that's one of their sticklers, I guess you
Yeah, they
could say.
kind of frown on that.
But they also they got an educational facility, and to educate the kids on not just Vietnam, but the military, what's going on in the different wars. So it's not, it's not just to come and look at the wall. It's very educational to the people that were not born when Vietnam was on.
Pervez, you have a comment?
I'm my friend.
Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohi, City's Director of Finance. We have two options. Since Mariana sponsored this item, we can charge it to Parks and Recreation Department. Or it certainly does qualify for the hot funds, and we have adequate funding level available should council decide to fund a portion of it or all of it.
Well, can we confirm that, if I heard it right, he said they're not going to be able to reserve the wall until you have payment? And then I also heard you could maybe put $1,000 down, so.
Well,
What's gonna get it?
Well, they say they want the $13 donation or $11,000 donation at the time of application. And I said, well, what if we don't have the 13,000? She said, well, or 11,000. She said, well, we'll have to discuss that. But that's their what they want.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead, you go ahead.
Is there a guarantee that if we do the 11,000, we will get the wall?
Yes. You will get the wall. I can't guarantee it will be in 2023, but we'll get it in 2024.
Okay.
Because they told me that they get 100 applications a year. And so because it's such a big caravan, they have to, like they're doing one in San Antonio this year. And if they would be close to where that they're not having to run cross-country all the time to keep the costs down. So a lot of it has to depend on where they're at. Say, as she told me, in Louisiana, Oklahoma, about
Okay.
2023.
Just wanted to clarify, because you said $11,000 donation before, but if we come up or the money's there.
Uh-huh.
The funding's there.
Yes, sir.
That, according to what Councilmember Parsons says, that it's a guarantee that Kyle would get it. Maybe not this year, but you're saying
Yes, sir.
in years to come or in 2024.
Yes, sir, because what Mariana will do, she'll give me 3 dates that we can do it here well, we've got a lot of stuff going on, so I don't know where we're going to get the 3 dates, but we have to submit 3 specific dates for them to pick. And then in November, when they set up the schedule for 2023, they will look at our 3 dates. If they're not going to be in this area, say within 400 or 500 miles here, then they will give us an alternate date in 2023. We have the option to accept that date or decline it, and then we can move on to 2024. But yeah, there's no, once you give them the money, they will get you on the schedule.
Oh, okay, that's how it works, okay.
All right, what do y'all want to do?
We have a motion and a second. Do y'all want to retract y'all's motion and redefine it?
Yeah, I'd like to, is it retract? Sometimes my brain's gone. Okay, I'd like to amend my motion. And I would like to make a new motion that the city use the hotel occupancy tax to fund the $11,000 for the wall and have Mariana provide 3 dates.
Second.
All right, the motion is to amend the original motion to add $11,000 to the support and to have that funding come from hot funds, and for Mariana and the Parks Department to provide 3 dates. Is there discussion on that motion?
Just to inform the project, known to the public, is that, I'm sorry, hot funds are used to promote tourism, and that's the only way you could use hot funds. So this is a great use of that to promote tourism with all the new parks that we have coming in online as well. I think this is going to be a great way to bring people outside of the city to the city of Kyle and see what we have. Thank you.
And to the east side.
All right, discussion on that motion. The motion's to amend, so we're going to take 2 votes in a row. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And now motion to approve. Aye.
Aye.
Motion, I didn't do that right at all,
Yeah,
did I?
yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 6-0. I'm reaching my limit here, folks.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you, Commander.
You'll be very proud when it gets here. I guarantee it.
Thank you, Kermit.
All right, next up, agenda item 34 is considering possible action to approve a civil service agreement for the Kyle Police Department. Mr. Hendrix.
Mayor, Council, for the record, Jerry Hendrix, Acting City Manager. What you have before you is the freshly negotiated meet and confer agreement that will take place of the one that currently exists, and this agreement will run for 3 years. It's been negotiated over the past several months with city staff. On the city team is myself, Finance Director Perez Mohit, and HR Manager Christiana Spencer, representing the Police Association that was led by Officer Philip Cleary, their president, and a host of other representatives from that association. We think this agreement really sets the stage to be able to move our department into the next level as we move into our new public safety building. We've at this confer agreement has in it increased funding for officer incentives for their certifications, increased funding for education, bachelor's degrees and master's degree. We've added funding for their SWAT team, for their crash team, and for their hostage negotiation team that didn't exist before. It starts off over the 3 years with a 5.84% pay increase, 4.48% to the second year, and 4.2% the following year, for a total pay increase in their STEP program of 14.38%. The real signature accomplishment in this agreement is it creates the positions of corporals and commanders, which is something we badly needed in the department for a long time to decrease the scope of control for the command staff, and also creates the position of assistant chief, which is another badly needed position. I have members of my team, and I have Officer Cleary here with Clea to answer any questions that you have. Clea has already voted to approve this agreement as it's written.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hendrix. Is there any questions or comments or motions? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Thank you. I would like the representative for the KLEA to come up if he's amenable to that. That's not direction. Sorry. I just want to make sure that you guys are happy with what you got, and make sure, maybe find out if there's anything else that you guys were looking to get.
Phil Cleary, I'm the president of the KLEA. I'm also an officer with KPD. Of course, there's always more. We've worked really hard. I think we worked really well with the city this year in our negotiations to ensure that both sides were happy. So we did vote on it, which concluded yesterday, and we did vote to approve it.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just make the motion so we can have any discussion after that. But I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 34.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Flores-Kale, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, yes. Congratulations on everything as well. But one thing I just want to make some points on, when it comes to law enforcement, there's two things you got to look at, is being adaptable and then making an investment. You know, you have to be on the street or wherever you work in law enforcement, you have to have the ability to adjust to different conditions, circumstances. As you know, we all live in a very complex society where changes happen every day, new laws, regulations, changes every year, new training, state regulations. So officers, including all over the state, have to learn to become adaptable to so many different situations. So the way I want everybody to look at this is look at this as an investment as well. We're making an investment in our police department with hiring and retaining good, qualified, award-winning, professional, educated, diverse police force here in Kyle serving our community. So when people and citizens feel safe, again, another scenario was they will shop here and attend activities that benefits our economy. That's one way of looking at it. But one thing you have to always remember, it's not always police officers asking for more money. It's not always about the dollars and cents. You have to look at it in this perspective, and of course, being in law enforcement so many years, I look at it this well. Law enforcement is an exciting yet challenging and demanding and dangerous career. The pay scales, the incentives, they are making a financial investment for themselves, their wives, their children, and their future. Heaven forbid in the line of duty, heaven forbid, if one of our officers doesn't come home or is injured or lost in the line of duty, rest assured that the officer did what they needed to do, provide for their families financially. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a sacrifice that they face every day. So we have to look at that when we're looking at the pay scale and the incentives for the immediate training that they get, that it's an investment for our city. And so let's look at it in that sense. And again, we appreciate your service, and thank you, all of you, the men and women of Kyle Police, for all what you do.
Thank you.
Other comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to thank Jerry Hendrix and Mr. Cleary and everyone else who took part in these negotiations. Y'all brought back a great contract that the city could get behind, and that's just a reflection of the communication that goes back and forth between the city and the police department. I don't ever see them as two different entities. I see them as one and growing as one. So to see the communication and, you know, I looked at this contract and it looks like everybody had great input and everybody worked great together. I can see these meetings with people smiling and you know, giving input as well. That's what true city leadership looks like. And I'm really grateful that we're able to bring back a contract that we didn't have to go back and forth with, where we were all happy, all sides could won, and we uplifted public safety. So thank you.
Yeah, my comments are, generally speaking, I have the perspective, right? Because when I was first elected, the city's pay and facilities and just general outlook for our officers had an outlook that put them in a position where I think they felt inferior to many other jurisdictions within the region and also here locally. It's been a lot of work, multiple meet and confers. I think this is the third time I've voted on a meet and confer. The wages over the course of those 3 meet and confers have risen dramatically for our officers. We should not overlook that. And the facilities that our police officers occupy have increased or are about to increase dramatically. And so within a few short months' time, when this meet and confer kicks in and when our officers go into our new facility, I think the days of KPD officers feeling inferior in this region are over. It's just not to say that we're not going to continue to try to increase, but rather we're more along the leading edge category of core value with our police department. And so that's something that has been pretty interesting to see happen over a period of time. We're adding officers with proposed 20 new officers in the budget, major increases in wages. We have stayed committed to our police department through the years, regardless of, what, is happening in the public or in the world of politics. So I'm happy to see this brought forward as well. And I also agree that this contract in particular has probably been the easiest negotiation that the CLIA has gone through with us and the reps. So hopefully there's some consideration there with our officers as far as the temperament of this dais towards the association. Those are all my thoughts. So any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. All right, next up, agenda item 35, approve a resolution amending the city's personnel policy for the accrual and payout of vacation and sick leave provisions affecting non-civil service employees is considered and approved by City Council on July 28th, 2022. I don't see Sandra, so is she virtual? Okay.
Sandra Durand for the record, HR Human Resources. We are here to give you the resolution amending the city's personnel policy for the accrual and payout of vacation and sick leave, of the provisions affecting non-civil service employees that are considered and approved by City Council on July 28th.
Mayor, to go and make a motion to approve agenda item number 35.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Bradshaw. Is there discussion on that motion? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Yes, I'm gonna request that motion be amended. Originally, when I asked for this policy, I asked for it to go back to the beginning of the year, which is January. And I did not realize when we approved it that it was dated for September. And so what my assumption was, which I was apparently wrong, was it was going to be approved on the day that we took the vote, which would have been, I think, July 28th. So my ask from Councilmember Tobias is going to be to amend to make it retroactive from the day that we took the original vote.
Mayor,
Councilmember Tobias.
I'd like to go ahead and amend that motion to go to approve the resolution as of the July 28th.
Second.
All right, the motion to amend is to change it to July 28th as being active on that day. Is there discussion on that motion? I assume that's going to affect the payout of some amount. Is there any financial analysis done on that?
Correct, we would have to go back and do some payouts, but we did the calculation last time. We provided what those numbers were. The reason we had September 25th is because we have to add those new accruals and max caps to the system and to start producing those for the new budget. And that's why September 25th was elected.
Okay. So do we have a sense of the total amount that this is going to cost?
For it just covers about two or three employees.
Right. Well,
that
I
left.
think
But I
some
don't-
folks know the total, how this is going to impact, but not everyone knows. So I'm just asking for it to be, for transparency's sake, for us to have somebody say who's going to be impacted by this.
Yes, you know
or
what,
not.
I don't have those numbers, the accurate numbers of how it's gonna be impacted.
Okay. Does anybody care to do that, or we just want to go with this?
I mean, I was willing to go back to January, so going back a few weeks is not going to is not gonna change my mind.
We can calculate those numbers and get them to you in an email, and we can post them on the website for the record if you want.
I mean, we have the numbers from January, I can get those and discuss it later tonight if y'all want to. But if you want it from July 28th, I would have to redo those and also can have them ready for you tonight.
Will that number be smaller than if we would have gone back in January?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Well, if it's
There
gonna
was
be
about
smaller, then
30
I don't think.
30 employees
I don't
involved.
want to make you do that. Well, look,
Gosh.
my whole point was if I'm willing to go back, and if other people want it, I'm okay with that. Yeah, for sure, provide that with me, or to all of us, whoever needs it.
Yeah, just a reminder that we won't be able to deduct TMRS. They said they cannot make it retroactive. So it would have to be a separate payout
Okay.
to the employee, and they're responsible for those taxes.
All right. Well, we're just going with it then. We'll just roll the dice, see how it shakes out.
We're
All right.
voting
Two votes. First is on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. All right. Second is the motion to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. All right. Next up, agenda item 36, Council Compensation Committee recommendation. Ms. Rose Burke, thank you for waiting.
Yay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Rose Burke. I'm Chair of the City Council Compensation Committee. And on behalf of the council, or on behalf of the committee, we thank you for choosing us to be on the committee. And I want to thank the two other members that we have sitting here, Phoenix and Mario, for being here this evening as well. We met on August 3rd and August 10th to consider possible action to discuss the council compensation recommendation, planning tasks, and study for the review of all policies, procedures, and referencing the compensation of council members, including credit cards, any reimbursements, and policies that fall in line with the city's charter for the purpose of providing a recommendation to the city council for your meeting today. Regarding the council and mayor per month compensation, we voted to keep it at the current levels, which is $1,300 for the mayor per month, which is $15,600 annually, and $1,000 per council member, which is $12,000 annually. And we noted that medical, dental, and vision coverage is available with for the council if they choose to take this benefit, that any of those choosing to take the benefit would pay 100%. We did take we did get a summary of what areas pay their council and their mayors. The city of Buda, they get $100 per meeting, and the mayor gets $150 per meeting, and there are no other benefits. Leander, there is no compensation of any type. Pflugerville, no compensation of any type. New Braunfels, $50 per meeting for the council members, $75 for the mayor. And San Marcos, $1,450 per month for the council and $1,700 per month for the mayor. So that's kind of how we use it as a reference when we were making our decision. We also discussed vehicle and cell phone allowances, whether we wanted to consider that, and voted to keep using the mileage reimbursement for business use of personal vehicle, which includes reporting of miles driven, business purpose, and to what places you were traveled to and from. It was my understanding that that hasn't been used very much because people think that's a cumbersome process. We thought as a committee, maybe perhaps the city could look into ways to making that a little easier to report. We voted against offering a cell phone allowance, but recommended looking into the VoIP opportunities, which is voice over internet protocol, that may exist with current computers and software. So it would maybe be an option where you could redo your calls through the computer and maybe save on some cell phone costs. Perez made a strong case for increasing council compensation after the committee had voted. We had another discussion regarding the merits of treating the council work as full-time job. And the consensus was at this time that perhaps in another 3 years, the city of Kyle would be ready for such a change. I've heard pros and cons each way, but it was something that we acknowledged. This may be difficult. It's hard to, for us it's hard. We just have our interpretations of what we see people doing, which council members are doing what. We're only guessing who puts more time in, who puts less time in. So that's where it gets really hard when you're starting to look at salaries versus, a stipend for your time for coming to meetings. There was some confusion as to whether we were supposed to be reviewing the current expense policy and the draft expense policy, which Perez had prepared, and we did get clarification on that the other day. So although we had looked at the, during our second meeting, we were given a copy of the draft expense and reimbursement policy, which includes what things the credit cards could be used for. And Perez did a really good job of, he has a lot of detail in the policy, but we were told that initially that was just a guide that we were supposed to use when we were deciding on compensation. So it was our intent to ask for more time to be able to review the expense policy and have another meeting for that. And I don't think any of that would influence, what happens with the budget going forward. It's more just recommendations on the specifics of the policy. We also were given copies of the proposed budget as a reference for our discussions on compensation. And we realized that expense reimbursement and credit card charges paid for by the city are not compensation, but feel they do play a factor in whether a council member or mayor feels that they are able to do their job and if they're being supported in their roles. And it may be a consideration if you feel like you're getting reimbursed for expenses for doing your business with the council, of whether you might run for council or not, if you would have to pay for everything on your own. We did take the liberty of recommending that the mileage reimbursement budget be changed to $5,000 for the mayor and $3,000 for each council member. That's just a recommendation we made. This is the first year that the budget is being split into cost centers for the council and the mayor. Previously, it was on my understanding, you had line items, for office supplies, if you had mileage or meals, travel, but that was all a total for the group in total. And so now it's going to be, the budget's being done by each of you as an individual cost center. So I think that was kind of a challenge for Perez to split that all up into a budget where, okay, everybody gets the same amount. Whether everybody spends the same amount of time, which is your choice on the business of the city. we did feel that that was a good move to split into cost centers because that will provide transparency as to each individual's expenses. And I think it'll be a better guide for helping to budget in the future. So that was another reason where we felt like we weren't sure about, increasing the compensation at this time or offering stipends for allowances for cell phones or for mileage, because we really had no information really to base that on. Pick a number, what would it be? We wouldn't know, but I think because you're going to have these cost centers going forward, you're going to have a better idea of what everybody's spending. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Burke. I appreciate that very much. I know it's not easy to talk about these things. These are sensitive and challenging matters. It's not easy for the council to talk about this. I've been doing this for a while, and compensation over 6 years has been something that, it's been a topic, let's just say. In 2019, when we took this to the voters, that was a challenging conversation as well, and that initial committee and their conversations and their recommendations were, it was just tough to go through. I think we met on compensation, 8 to 10 different times between council discussions and committee level discussions, and it was, a lot of questions about what is the nature of our job, and a lot of sort of emotions, I think, wrapped up into that, because we probably all define the nature of the job a little differently. And so there's probably a wide variety. Through the years, I've watched council members treat the job basically along the lines of, they get $100 a month or whatever, and that's kind of that's what they're being paid to come to the meetings. They prep for the meetings, and that's pretty much the extent of it. And then there are council members who attend lots of meetings and go to lots of functions and represent the city in lots of different ways. The real challenge for me has always been during the week 8 to 5 meetings that are called upon, which is when the rest of the working professional world, city staff, other elected officials that receive pay, like county commissioners and things like that, that's when they meet to do their business. And so if we're not available because we have typical jobs, then we can't easily meet with them. And so, and I've watched, I've seen council members you almost get to the point where you're like, well, they can't come because they work. And then there are others who have shifted their careers around in order to make it possible for them to work. I'm one of those. Who made those shifts in order to make that happen. But it has come with a cost, and it is certainly a challenge, because and this council can debate the merits of whether anyone's meetings are necessary or are appropriate, I suppose. But I probably average 15 to 20 meetings per week and have for years. So that would be sort of the average during the day meetings. And those are meetings sometimes with developers. Those are meetings with city staff. Those are meetings with residents. Those are meetings with other jurisdictions. Those are board meetings in Austin, board meetings in San Marcos. I've had to drop off some boards just because the amount of work is just too much. So the question of whether or not what I do in particular is a full-time job, that question, it doesn't really matter what anyone tells me. It's a full-time job. Right. It just is. And so I was kind of disappointed that the committee seemed pretty quick to say not only, because obviously we make these decisions in 3-year increments. And so there was no consideration even for something like inflation. So we're talking about a total of 6 years of a particular stipend that was challenging to me. But I can understand, as you look at some of these other cities and sort of their position on it, why you would come to that conclusion. It makes sense. I never really cared for myself what Buda is doing, or Leander, or wherever else. Even San Antonio treats their elected officials. I think they don't make full-time wages to be a San Antonio. But in Austin, for example, there were multiple council members who've reached out to me wanting meetings, and it's not, and they represent, there's 11 of them, and they have an entire staff, you know, and so they're wanting to schedule meetings with me. Well, it's their secretary who's scheduling meetings with me, and I'm like kind of frustrated, you know, by that. They make full-time wages with full-time staff, and I still don't know that their responsibilities are greater than mine. At least I'm just speaking for myself, because I think that's all I really have the right to do. So it is tough. I would have liked to have seen some consideration, you know, for an increase. And then also what we discussed in the past is, and I think this applies to the whole council, but you know, there's virtually no chance of a council member having or someone who's treating the job as full-time work or a mayor to have insurance be a part of what they do, because they can't have the type of career that provides that outside of the city, at least for myself. So I apologize for talking about this for a while. It's been 3 years, and I've been, you know, I made all of these points 3 years ago. They're definitely still true now. So I have more that I could say, but you know, the committee just makes a recommendation. It's ultimately up to the council, and so I appreciate the committee having that feedback, and will yield the floor. Councilmember Bradshaw.
I will spare you my soapbox, and because I agree with everything that he just said. But I would love to hear from the other committee members if they would like to come up and express anything that happened throughout the meetings that you had. And then also, in particularly, the feedback from you all regarding meeting once more or twice more, however long it takes, for some sort of expense policy as well, and if that is truly an interest that the committee has in doing.
Let me make one comment first. So after Perez had talked to us, I mean, about how he viewed it as a full-time job, you know, that was a discussion we had after that, where we were kind of like, we know why he waited to talk about it after we had voted, and we still did have the opportunity to change our vote. But we had also looked at the increase in the budget for the total council and the mayor and the total dollars, and I'm not going to throw it out right now for, you know, because we haven't officially reported on it, and so for the public. So we looked at and we thought it might be kind of hard for the taxpayers to take both, you know, to take the big increase in the budget for the council and the mayor for their expenses, reimbursable expenses and credit cards, as well as the increase in salary. So I think maybe if the budget increase wasn't as big, we might have looked to say that maybe we'd give more for the position itself. I will say one thing, as far as viewing it as a full-time job, I don't disagree with you at all. But what comes with that is how do you usually somebody has a full-time job, you have a supervisor, you have a boss. You can say all of the rest of us are supervisor and boss, but how do we monitor that? And also, again, how it is each of you are allowed to put as much time and effort into it as each of you want to. And Travis, I certainly see where yours is a full-time job. I mean, I don't know if there's a thing where you can make the mayor a full-time job and not, but then again, if, let's say the next mayor comes and they don't spend as much time as you do, you know, then where do you go from there? You know, where you have this, this is how much they get a year, and then you have somebody that comes in and says, well, I'm not doing all that, and then, so that's just my comment on that. So that's where it gets to be a slippery slope. So, Phoenix, do you want to come up?
I'm Phoenix Askovich. I just wanted to put a fine-tuned comment on what she just said, as it relates to also what you just said a second ago as well. If you go back and rewatch the second meeting, you guys will see that there was a lot of debate about this, but it was when he spoke that the tune changed quite a bit, right? So we all realize that you guys are the one who's ultimately responsible for this. Go back and rewatch the very ending of the meeting. Everybody agreed that the time is here. It's just everybody wanted to push it down 3 years, right? I don't agree with that. I say that there needs to be some form of an increase. How we increase it, how much you increase it. If you wait until you did it like you did last time, You went from $100 to $1,000. Everybody talked about it being a 900% increase, right? Why keep kicking it down a can and wait for another 900% increase? My suggestion is put something in there now. My suggestion was a fuel allowance. That was my suggestion. It got voted down as well. I was the dissenting voice in that. Put yourself a fuel allowance in there. Yes, I realize it's pay, but it's an income that I, as I've said before to the committee, I wouldn't do what you guys do for $1,000 a month. I just wouldn't. I couldn't, right? I couldn't from a family perspective, right? So I respect you guys. I think you guys do great work. I don't think the idea of kicking the can down the road for 3 more years is the right thing. Put some form of an adjustment in there for yourself. That's my suggestion. So. And as it relates to who you report to us, right? And so if we don't like what you're doing, we vote you out, right? So that's the whole point.
That was my closing argument in 2019, and then I ran for re-election. So that's my thoughts. Councilmember Parsley. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I didn't know he was coming. Yeah. Hey, Mario.
Good evening. Mario Pettis for the record. Yeah, we had a comparison table and we looked at other cities. I know if we just look at the city of Kyle, it's booming. You see it everywhere. And I know it just plays a huge load on council and staff. And I understand that. It actually becomes a full-time job. But we also, at the same time, we're looking at other cities, and I looked at their population, their growth rate, their budget, and because I needed a reference. I mean, I couldn't just throw a number out there and say, here, this is good enough. I needed something, a foundation, something I can go back and say, okay, I used this as a reference. And when I looked at the other cities that were provided to us, I felt like the current salary was appropriate. But again, that was just simply a recommendation. I know y'all are the governing body. Y'all decide if it should be more. But we were just simply doing a discussion. We came up with that, and that was our recommendation. And I also felt like almost every household is going through some hard times. Fuel is up, groceries, healthcare, mortgage, perhaps a road bond down the road. And if we could just let the citizens of Kyle know, we're gonna wait another 3 more years because of just the expense that's coming towards us. If we could just wait another 3 more years, then we could look at it again and say, okay, now it's a good time to consider an increase in the salary. But I think right now, most families in Kyle or throughout this country are going through some hard times, and that's where I was coming from.
Real quick, for the 3 of you, is there a desire for you to reconvene for the expense policy?
Not myself, no. I'm not willing to do that.
I think in the end, the conclusion was that the policy that was provided as the example was clear enough.
Okay.
And that there were some minor things that we had discussed that we would give as options, but I think the conclusion was there weren't enough of those things to have another meeting. Isn't that what the conclusion was, Rose?
I thought most of the people wanted to have another meeting.
Oh, is that what you remember as well? Yeah, I'm okay with having another meeting. I'm perfectly fine with it. So if your recommendation is that you would like further input on that, then ask us and I'll do it.
Because we really didn't give you a feedback on that. I mean, did it internally, but we didn't really, we did add one thing. We talked about adding to the expense policy a clause in there for if somebody didn't didn't have a paycheck anymore or didn't work on the council or the mayor anymore, that if found out that an expense was not a legitimate expense or that there weren't any receipts that were in accordance with the policy, which the policy's actually been there, that this is just a further clarification of the policy that does exist. Just, I mean, there is a policy for credit cards. You guys all sign them when you get your credit card. and then there's the 4 or 5 page, or how many of a document it is that all city employees follow as far as what's a business expense and what's not a business, personal versus a business expense. It's pretty clear, follows IRS rules. But Prez went through and itemized each, he called out certain expenses. These are not allowed. For clarification, like I said, if he's not around to answer questions, it's out there. Staff's got a list to follow. But the only thing we asked for him to add was if somebody's no longer a city council member and you get audited, or you find out later that something isn't a legitimate expense, that they would have the opportunity to issue them an invoice for reimbursement for that. Do you have any comments on that, Prez? Are you sleeping? And I think he agreed with that. So that was kind of probably the only change we had with the policy. So.
Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. Let me see if I can word this the right way, because I've had a lot of thoughts about this. Before I ran for council, I had no idea that the mayor position wasn't paid, like full salary. And once you get to the seat, it is not that you come to 2 meetings a month and that's it. It's not. And it is a lot of reading, it is a lot of learning, and you sign up for this. And I think everybody sitting in here knows that you do it because you really want to do it and you want to make a difference in your town. Kyle, can I get the population 3 years ago? Do you have any idea? 3 years ago? Okay, so 3 years ago we were at 48,000. We are about to reach 60,000. If I could do this full time, I will do it. And it's something I have even discussed with my husband last night. He said, okay, maybe you can quit and you can just do council. Because you just get passionate about what you can do for your residents. I think it will be important for all of us to consider that the decisions we are making right now are going to impact years ahead. I would want to know that the person that is sitting in your seat next is going to have time available to meet with developers, with residents, with planners, with staff. And it doesn't have to struggle financially because you have to keep a 40-hour-a-week job and doing this part-time. I don't see how that is reasonable, because then you're limiting these positions to people who are financially stable. And so that is going to make less people available to run. So somebody who doesn't can sustain financially can't run for council because obviously you cannot make it with $1,300 a month. So I would think it should be considered that either way, I'm going to do it, and in two years I decide to run for re-election. I may or may not. I will continue doing it even if it's $1,000. I just think it's the time that you put into this is valuable. And having $1,000 3 years ago, I think it's time to consider maybe going a little bit up. I was, reviewing, and there are cities. There is San Antonio, pays $81,000, $80,000 to the mayor. Council members make $60,000. I'm not asking for that.
They might have changed it recently.
But I would say the decisions, we are growing at a really fast rate. I would want to be able to, and I'm not quitting my job, but I would like to be able to know that if at a point it comes to that, I can do it to make better decisions for the city. I would want to have more time to meet with residents, which I do every week. more time to meet with developers because I want them to hear what are my thoughts without having everybody included. Those are my 2 cents. I think that we need to maybe consider, it would be great to have mayor full-time and council part-time jobs. Thank you.
I don't disagree with anything that you just said. The only thing that I think as a taxpayer, just to play devil's advocate, again, unless you guys have like job descriptions of what that, maybe have expectations of what you do, because right now, I don't know that specifically, like, you aren't told you have to go to these meetings, do this, do that. You don't have this. And so, and I've observed, and I'm not just talking about this council, but other councils I've seen in other towns and things, everybody has a different level. Like Daniela, I know just because I know you personally, how much time and effort you put into it. And Travis, I've seen, I just see you out on social media and everything, and so I am aware of what you do, and everybody else. But what's hard is then once you do come up with an amount and it's larger, where it's more like a salary, how do you don't pay everybody in an office the same. It's based on their skill set and how much so I guess that's one thing you'd have to think about is if you are going to make it more like a salary, does everybody deserve the same salary? And then again, you can say that we are Phoenix, you can wait. You can say that, we are the people that are watching, but you're not. You're not like we're not like a supervisor that's out there knowing, what you're doing 24, all day. Like if you do work full time, we don't know what you're doing full time every day. So those are just some little things I think that you're gonna have to consider as you move towards maybe a more salaried or part-time job, is how will people, people can say, oh, I can just tell if you're doing a good job or not. Well, that's not how it works in real life, and that's not how it works in business. You can't be a hands-off supervisor and just let people run. So, Yvonne had a question.
Yeah. My statement was just to say, I've always said that council should be paid and the mayor should be paid in such an amount that the wages are never a factor. It's never so much that you run in order for the compensation and so little that you can't run because of the compensation. Right. And that's always been my mantra. Councilor Forscale.
Thank you. All right, so I am pleased with the way that the vote came out for a lot of reasons that I've been writing down and what I've been hearing. What really worries me is, well, as being somebody who is elected and I sit up here for 3 years, I don't think I would run if I knew I had to leave my job in order to do this job full time. And by the way, I commit about 30 hours a week on this. But how does that benefit people who are in careers? I mean, this is not, for some, this may be a career. For some people may be looking towards the next step. They want to be commissioner, they want to be state representative. Are those necessarily the people that we want to encourage to run? The truth of the matter is, when you have your eye on the prize as like governor, what are you going to do as city council? You need to, for me, my focus always needs to be on the city. But if I'm in the city looking up higher, then I may not be as dedicated as I would be. The beauty of this position is that we are neither red or blue. I don't have to pick. And so therefore I can be a little more unbiased. So switching jobs, you would literally have to say, okay, I'm going to make a career change, which for some it might be okay. For when people talk about, full time, it makes me nervous because now you're going to see people who really micromanage. Being in developers' meetings is not a requirement. We have a whole economic development, a whole public works, a whole planning and zoning It is literally their job to do that. So when we impose ourselves in that meeting, it may make them a little bit uncomfortable. I don't know for sure. I've never discussed it, but I can imagine as a city staff, if I have a council member in a meeting with me, I may not be comfortable or as forthcoming as I would if it was me doing my job. There's a reason why cities don't pay their council. Lots of reasons why. Mostly because we want to encourage everybody to run, I would hope. And places like Houston who pay their council members or their mayor a significant amount of money, it's because that mayor actually runs the city as a city manager does. So is that something else we want to look into? Do we want a mayor-run city? Because that has to go then to a vote. And if we're curious how that may end, you can just look over to our city right next to us, the city of Austin, who had that same vote. So the reason why I am opposed to this is because I read the charter and I understand what my responsibility as a council member is. If I so choose to add extra to my plate, that is my choice. And just so we're clear, we don't get paid a stipend, we get paid a salary. And that's not something I made up, it's in the charter. It's called a salary. We all get that. No, some people are very specific. They think we get a stipend and we don't. We get a salary. And again, the charter says we can have a committee come together every 3 years. It's not a requirement. The charter doesn't require it. It just says we can. It gives us the option to do that. Overall, I cannot justify, I think it was $55,000 or $50,000 that was suggested, and although you are kind enough not to say how much our budget has increased, I'm going to be transparent and honest. Our budget as a council has increased according to the budget that we have not voted on yet, $129,906. So if people think we are not getting some sort of raise, maybe they should look at the budget, because somewhere along in there was an increase by almost of $130,000. And if we put in a salary of $50,000, that would increase the budget almost $400,000. And during a time where we have a road bond and we are in an inflation-filled country right now, where people can't even afford homes, I would feel incredibly guilty taking an amount that equals an average paying job in probably San Marcos and probably Kyle, when I already have one. So my hope is that we don't discourage people by making these positions full-time jobs, because reading throughout the charter, if the people who founded the city wanted this to be a full-time job, they would have put that in there. And although we have the ability to kind of want to change that, and if we took it to the voters, we could, my reference is always to go back and to look and to figure out what that's supposed to look like. Now, I'm not opposed to anybody putting it on the charter for a change. It's not something I would vote for, but I welcome that. We have the capability to do that. I would not vote for myself to have a raise. I'm perfectly content with my $750 take home, because we still pay taxes in that $1,000. And I'm content with that. I'm not trying to make this my career. I'm doing this because I truly want to help the city of Kyle and the residents. And I know some of us don't even take that money. Some of it, or when I say they take it, they donate it to other places. So even if you gave us $50,000, some of us are not going to take that. They might take it and donate it somewhere else. So I'll get off my soapbox now.
Yeah. Other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to thank all the community members that took time out of their schedules to be on this committee. It's great to see residents come out and be a part of this process. I know it takes a lot of time. It's your evenings, and it's away from your family. So thank you for serving on this committee. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for y'all's time.
I don't know if there's a lot of reason to bring and having the committee take a look at the expense report. Personally, I think we're just going to bring it forward and have a discussion about adopting it So I think there are a couple items that maybe we might discuss as far as what is not an authorized expense, and then we can just take votes on that. So I don't really feel like personally that there's a reason for y'all to take up that cause unless you have a burning desire, and it seemed kind of like maybe you didn't, or you were willing to, but I think we can probably handle that ourselves. My recommendation was going to be, or my request of the council was going to be for us to set a couple public hearings, which are also called for, because this is something we do only once every 3 years. As far as how we might proceed, we have a meeting scheduled for the 22nd. We have a meeting scheduled for the 25th. And to give, now that we've had these statements, we've taken the feedback from the committee. We obviously all have different opinions about it. There's no guarantee of any change taking place, but the public hearings would give the public the time to come forward and speak if there are folks who have opinions outside of the committee and outside of this body. That's really the only action that's required, because the recommendation from the committee has been, and it's not required, but that's the only action that we really even could take at this point, because there's no recommendation from this board. So are there any objections for us scheduling to have public hearings over our next two meetings compliant with the charter? Councilor Tobias.
So just to be clear, you just want to go ahead and put an agenda item for a public hearing referencing council compensation recommendation?
Yes.
Public
And
hearing.
have it on the 22nd and on the second reading of the budget, so that we can take it up, we can hear. There's no statements being made on those public hearings, and then council will have an opportunity after that if we want to discuss a change, but that's consistent with the policy outlined in the charter.
If it gives the opportunity for individuals to speak, then I don't see a problem with just putting it on an agenda item, because there's going to be people that are going to say, you guys deserve more. There's some people going to say, like I was going to say it earlier, I'm not doing this to get rich or anything like that. For somebody who's got to be on duty in about 3 hours, this is what you do. You're doing this for the right reasons. You're doing this for public service. You're not doing this to get paid. If you want to get paid, go find a job. Go work for the city. That's the way I look at it. Okay. I enjoy doing what I'm doing. Maybe I don't go to 15 meetings a week like some other people, or travel or do a lot of that because of my restrictions, because of my career. But the reason why I did this is because I wanted to learn. I wanted to give my part in the city. And the $1,000, again, is, the way I look at it, is an allowance. I think somebody just mentioned in the compensation committee when they were talking about Peachtree, they used a reference that Rick Coach used maybe $600 there on his credit card for whatever it was, golf carts or whatever. And Dex Ellison used 35, and I had 0. And it's like, I think the person said, well, he's got to have eaten there, and he's got to have stayed at a hotel, but that was already in the travel budget. But what I do is I get a stipend. Yes, I get an allowance. I use my own money. And I have my own cash. So if there's somebody, if I wanted to grab a soda or a burger or whatever was there, that's what we get here. This is what I use it for. The stipend that I get every month, I use it for my food. I don't need to use the credit card for anything. If it has to do with a city function or city like that, it's already budgeted in. Maybe like I said in the original, I was on that compensation committee back in 2019. I said, maybe I'm old school. Maybe I'm looking at it because I just want to serve my community no matter what. And I'm not looking at the hours, I'm not looking at the pay, I just want to be there for the people. So I may not be like others who take on all these projects and show up at all these events and take all these photos and stuff. Maybe that's not me because I have other things, but I hold my responsibilities because my people come first. My people, my emails, my phone calls, those come first, and everything else comes second. And as long as I'm doing my best here with the agenda, and I trust, like I said before, the people to give me the information correctly, that's why I do city council.
Can I address that? That was actually me he was talking about. Can I address it? My point to that was not to suggest that you were spending your money or not spending your money. My point was about transparency. right? And I am quite certain that you didn't spend your own money for hotels there, right? You may have bought your own sodas and the likes of which, but the event cost money that if you go and look at the credit cards, we can't as citizens ascertain how much you spent versus versus Rick. So my point wasn't to suggest that anything other than transparency on that. So that's it. I appreciate you addressing that, but I only meant to imply transparency. And had we had the means to be able to see on an equal footing what one person was spending versus another, it would have been better from a transparency perspective.
All right, any other discussion? All right, we're going to move on. Next up, agenda item number 37, discussion and possible action on school zones. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring Chief, if he's here, up. So I just wanted to address something real quick, bring everyone up to speed, is that Councilmember Parsley and I had requested a meeting with Dr. Wright and one of the school board representatives, and we had that meeting and we talked about school safety this summer. We talked about what we could do as a city to maybe partner or even help. They assured us that they had a plan in place and that they had a contract with with Hays County with the RSO program and shared that with us. Talked about steps that they were going to bring forward. So I asked, Councilmember Parsley and I asked, well, what can we do as a city to help in keeping our kids safe? And they talked about maybe doing some traffic control. So we kind of talked about it a little bit, and we wanted to see if, especially in the first weeks, we've seen how bad traffic gets, how people are in a hurry, they're not used to dropping off their kids, people's habits have changed, some have acquired bad habits. I was wondering if there's something we were doing as a city to help out with that traffic control and something we could do in the future, especially as we're adding officers to the new budget year. I'd love to see if we've got something implemented, Chief.
Sure, absolutely. Mayor and Council, Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for the opportunity to talk about what we're doing to help partner with our local school district. So everyone probably noticed school is back in session effective today. Our Hays CISD students, that's nearly 20,000, that's actually a little bit more than 20,000 students returned to the classroom today. They're approaching 30 campuses in their school district. Many of those are right here in the city limits of Cowell. So we get to see those campuses grow and add to those, and we get to see those new students and teachers and school staff personnel come back to work for a new school year. If you drove around the city of Cowell this morning like I did, from between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. and then again at 2 to 4 this afternoon, you certainly saw an increase in traffic. You can't avoid that when you have 20,000 students all of a sudden get up on Tuesday and go to school when they didn't go to school Monday or last week or the week before. You're going to see an increase in traffic in school buses, obviously, staff members. You're certainly going to see kids walking to schools. You're going to see kids bicycling to school. You're going to see school staff members arriving before those students get there and staying later in the afternoons and leaving afterwards. So we certainly want to ask everyone to pay attention. I'm strictly speaking on the school zone stuff. Please pay attention to the school buses. Make sure you obey all laws as they pertain to school buses. Do not pass those school buses when you're not supposed to, when they have their active lights flashing and you're on the kind of roadway that would require you to stop. Be alert for those kids that may be darting out from the side of the road to get into a school bus or leave a school bus. Watch your school zones. Make sure that you're paying attention to the change in speed limits. Make sure you're not using your cell phones and such. And please pay attention to all of the school crossing guards. Many of those are volunteers, so please pay attention to them and follow their direction. Maybe make sure you're going to give yourself a little bit of extra drive time in the morning. It's certainly going to take you longer to get around the city during those peak hours. Don't forget about the extended hours for extracurricular activities and weekends, and when football season starts, keep all that in mind. We certainly have an increased officer presence in all of the campuses in the city of Cowell. This is a partnership. We partner with the school district. They contract, as you mentioned, with the Hays County Sheriff's Office to provide school resource officers in many of their campuses, primarily the high school campus and the middle schools. That doesn't mean that they don't care or cover elementary schools. They just use roving patrols to try to help cover the elementary schools. We, however, will help and will patrol all schools, high school, middle school, and elementary schools, and our other partner school districts here in the city. They're all within our jurisdiction, and we're going to make sure that we have a presence in all of those, regardless if there's an SRO on campus or not. We partner with Hayes CISD, their crossing guards, their safety and security director, and her staff. Today, for example, being the first day back in school, we ordered many of our staff to go out and leave their normal duties and to go out and to work in the school zones and have a presence. That included myself, Captain Hernandez as well, detectives, community engagement officers, you name it. All across our ranks and assignments, we were in the school zones this morning to welcome those kids back to school and help everyone feel safe. We will continue to do that with these extra officers and the chief and the captain and everyone else for the first week, as you mentioned, because that's when the traffic is the heaviest and the concern for safety is at its highest. Throughout the year, we will continue to patrol all of the campuses, as I mentioned. We'll continue to partner with all of the law enforcement agencies here in Hays County that provide safety to all of the schools within the county. We're not going to leave after the first week. It just means the chief and captain may not necessarily be out there every day, but our traffic officers are certainly going to rotate around the various schools. As you know, we have a large number of those here in the city, so they're going to, our traffic unit, they're in the morning and the afternoons, that's where they're going to try to focus. You had mentioned previously in the budget that that's something that you wanted to look at. Certainly, the number of campuses outnumber the number of traffic officers that we have. They'll rotate, and the more you put in rotation, the more schools that we cover throughout the school year. But it's a partnership, and we're there, and we want to keep the schools safe, and I'm glad you gave us a chance to remind the citizens to pay attention to those kids and for the safety of all the school staff and kids out there.
Thank you, Chief. I'd also like to maybe even add the citizens on patrol. Visibility is key. Having that truck out there helps deter a little bit as well. So we've got a resource there that we could maybe.
Oh, they're out
implement
there. I'm
as
sorry,
well.
I should have included them. No, Citizens on Patrol is an active member of the same thing. We're trying to, no, they just do a phenomenal job, and they volunteered and quickly jumped on the opportunity to come out and participate in the school zone. So they're already there. I apologize, I didn't mention them as well.
So I just want to add that, this past year was a really hard year for all the families in Texas. After you visit Uvalde, you get a different mindset. Everybody else thinks it's not going to happen here, and it happened here. It happened here in Texas, happened in South Texas, and it happened to a group of a lot of children. And it's really, really sad. And there's a lot of finger pointing going on right now, but really, it's what can we do in the future? And I really appreciate what the department's doing right now. Visibility is key. Making sure that people see us around the area and keeping our children safe is important to me and important to all this council. I think to the entire city. I've gotten a lot of emails, a lot of questions on what we are doing as a city. As a city, we can only do so much, and the school district and the city are two different entities. And the school district's doing a great job. They've got their SROs, they've got a contract with the Sheriff's Department. But if we can do something on the city side as well, that definitely helps. And you've definitely addressed all that, and I want to appreciate you and the department for all that you're doing. And just I just can't stress enough how important this is, especially after going down to Uvalde myself several times and witnessing what I witnessed and seeing how the families are struggling right now. It's really tough. So
Yes, sir. Another thing that's in place, and that we and all the law enforcement agencies that serve Hays County are partners in, is a standard response protocol that all schools have implemented. That's a training and a response that they will activate if there is any danger, any threat to the school, and Kyle PD is a very active member in that, so that all of our kids and teachers understand what to do in the event of an emergency, including an active shooter, and our officers know what to do in that event as well.
thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
This time I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Parsley if she has any comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo. I just wanted to take also the opportunity to thank you and the rest of the police department for what you're doing to engage with our schools. Not only for being so open to see how we can engage with the school board and help, because that was certainly initially what we were wanting to do and why we approached them, but also of how you are educating and how you guys are explaining to the residents what's going on with fentanyl. So that's a big worry for every parent in Cal and the whole state of Texas. So those were my two things. I just wanted to thank you for what you guys are doing. It's very much appreciated.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, agenda item number 38, discussion and possible action to create a task force for 104 South Burleson CIP project. We dissolved most of our task forces back in the day. It's been some months ago now, but the reason we initially came up with the idea of task forces was to shepherd big projects through. So 104 South Burleson is taking shape. We're at that point right now where that is, in my view, if the council is still fully behind the project and thinks that we can handle it, that we can establish a task force and start those regular meetings, which really do require council input. But those meetings typically take place during the day, during the week, in order to meet with consultants. But if there's anybody who wishes to volunteer, Councilmember Parsley.
So, sorry.
Councilmember Flores Gale, I'll be all right.
So can I just say something, comment real quick? So
I have my
hand up. Councilmember
Okay.
Parsley. Yeah.
So I'd like to nominate Councilmember Kale and Parsley.
Well, you don't have the floor yet. Hang on. She's about to come over the
Okay,
mic
for it.
on you here.
Okay,
Councilmember Parsley, you
you.
have the floor.
I would like to request to be a part of the task force. To me, downtowns are like, I just love downtown. If I could leave downtown, I would definitely leave downtowns. I love the history that downtowns have, and I just want to make sure that this building, although it's a new design, it's a new building, aligns with the rest of our square and the rest of our downtown. I want to make sure that the history remains, and whatever we're doing is going to be blending. I would like to make sure that we are preserving a historic look and the feel, so we don't lose that. I just lost the words. The feel. I don't want to lose the feel and the character of our historic downtown. So if I may request to please be on the task force.
Councilmember Flores Gale, you also had your hand up.
Yeah, I want to be on it.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to be on it?
I don't want to be on it. I'm going to tell you, I want to be honest. I put a lot of time into the Public Safety Center and Hills Memorial Park, and we're still not done with the Public Safety Center. I want to concentrate on that a little bit more still. And
You're also
La
on Mary
Verde
Kyle
Park as
Hartson.
well. La Vedas Park. So I definitely would love to see other council members take that on. So I'm glad to see two council members that are wanting to take that challenge on. I really commend you on that. It's going to be awesome when you build something that's going to be a benefit for the residents. You're definitely going to enjoy it. I'd love to see another council member go on. I'm not going to make a recommendation because I don't know what y'all's schedules are like. But if Councilmember Tobias or Bradshaw, if y'all feel like this would be something y'all like to take on, I'd definitely like to endorse y'all.
I'm not going to be able to due to my work schedule. Sorry.
So,
Mayor Mitchell?
So here's my thought about the reason why I would say leaving it at the two of you might make sense, because it allows for others to sort of insert your orbit and leave your orbit while y'all maintain it from sort of beginning to end. But if you would like for me to commit to be there at all the meetings, I would join you in it. But it's really kind of up to you. So I want to have involvement in the project, but I'm, not so much on the design, but in terms of just the technical challenges that come up a lot of times, really, that's somewhere an area where I've been able to help with some of these projects, and then financial stuff, real estate, just without real estate background. But the design aesthetic is not. The other thing I want to say is we have to keep in mind what a task force is. This is what helped our task forces to be extremely successful back in 2019, 2020, to build these parks. The task force is an extension of the city council. right? So the council has said that this project is a priority. So it's not an opportunity for individual council or for the task force members to go out and do it the way they want. You're already going to have extra influence just by being at these meetings, because there are 1,000 decisions that get made, and there are questions, and the consultants, they all take feedback. We need feedback on this, that, and the other, and you give it, and they're moving, but you have to have the discernment to know when feedback is appropriate to give, and they just run with it, and when you think it's something that the council needs to weigh in on. And I know that's been a point of discussion about whether that's been done perfectly or not. It's certainly never been perfect. But I've seen the task forces I've seen them all try their best to do that. So that's just because we haven't done a task force like this in a while, and y'all haven't been on one like this, that's important. And I've seen you both do that, and I think you will. I just want to state all of those things. So do you have a preference as to whether you'd want me to be on it, or whether or not you would want to just go and have me be in and out?
The only thing I'm concerned is like this will be my first big task force, and I don't know for Yvonne, but I would appreciate the feedback that comes from somebody who has been through bigger projects like you, or maybe, I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem. So, I mean, I would certainly appreciate having your feedback in it. I don't know if you will need to be on the task force in order to do it, or we can just do it and ask questions.
Look, I'm okay. My theory has always been the more the merrier. So, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to work together, or attempt to work together.
Yes.
And see how that goes. I'm always open to that.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to create a task force for the 104 South Burleson CIP project, and name Councilmember Parsley, Councilmember Flores-Cale, and the mayor to be on that task force.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Cale. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right, now we're ready to have a budget workshop meeting. Is that why everybody's still here? Do y'all want to take a break?
Can we come back tomorrow? I'm so tired.
What's that? You said yes, 30 minutes? 45, something? Come back? Yeah. Yeah, we've all been working. All right, I'm gonna go. All right, agenda item 39, conduct a public hearing to obtain comments on the city's proposed budget. They all shook their head yes. For fiscal year 2022-2023, totaling approximately $206 million for all city funds, including no changes in water service rates, no changes in wastewater service rates, no changes in storm drainage fees, a 2.49% increase in solid waste service charges, trash collection per contract terms with TDS, all other fees and charges for various city services as provided for in the fee schedule, capital improvement program expenditures, and the addition of 51 new full-time positions for a total of 356 positions. If there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. It is now closed. Next up, agenda item number 40. Conduct a public hearing to obtain comments on the proposal to set the city's ad valorem tax rate, property tax rate at 50.5082 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation for fiscal year 2022-2023, tax year 2022. There's no change in the total tax rate from the current year. If there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. It is now open. During the public hearing, I'm going to read the following. This is the first of two public hearings scheduled on the city's proposed ad valorem tax rates for tax year 2022, fiscal year 2023. The second public hearing on the city's proposed ad valorem tax rates will be held at 5:30 p.m. on August 25th, 2022 at Cal City Hall, 100 West Center Street, Cal, Texas 78640. The city's ad valorem tax rates for tax year 2022 are as follows. No new revenue tax rate, 0.4260 per 100. Voter approval tax rate, 0.5082 per 100. Proposed tax rate, 0.5082 per 100. The Kyle City Council is scheduled to consider a proposal to set the ad valorem tax rate at .5082 per $100 of assessed taxable valuation for tax year 2022. The proposed ad valorem tax rate of .5082 per $100 is the same tax rate as the city's current adopted tax rate of .5082 per $100. The city's proposed ad valorem tax rate of .5082 per $100 is above the no new revenue tax rate of .4260 per $100 and is the same as the voter approval tax rate of .5082 per $100 for tax year 2022. During this meeting, the Kyle City Council is scheduled to vote on the ad valorem tax rate on first reading of the ordinance. The second reading of the tax rate ordinance is scheduled at 5:30 p.m. on August 25th, 2022. All Kyle taxpayers, residents, and members of the public are invited to attend and express their views at the public hearings and city council meetings scheduled on the city's proposed tax rates. Thank you all for indulging me there. Seeing no one else wishing to come forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. It is now closed. Next up, agenda item number 41, first reading, approve an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, adopting a budget totaling $206 million for all city funds for the ensuing fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023. Approving revenue and expenditure amounts thereof for all city funds, authorizing no changes in water service rates, no changes in wastewater service rates, no changes in storm drainage fees, a 2.49% increase in solid waste services per contract terms with TDS, all other fees and charges for various city services as provided for in the fee schedule, capital improvement program expenditures, addition of 51 new full-time positions for a total of 356 full-time equivalent positions, carryover of encumbrances, all associated schedules and documents, and repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Mr. Hendrix.
Mayor, Council, for the record, Jerry Hendrix, Acting City Manager. This is the first reading of your budget ordinance, as the mayor just read. There are three primary things that you directed staff to bring back to you. One is for the police chief to bring back incentive program for recruiting new police officers. The second is a series of amendments that you asked staff to come back with funding for, and our finance director has those, and he'll be going through those with you one by one. The third part is incentive program or funding program to be able to retain and recruit staff, and that will be the third thing that we present to you. At this time, the council is okay with it. I'd like to bring Chief Barnett up to talk about the incentive program that he's put together for you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police. As requested, we brought back an incentive pay program to help us with our recruiting for new police officers. I brought back three different examples of incentive pay. The first value being a total of $5,000, the second example being a total of $7,500, and the third example being $10,000 incentive. Each candidate in the first example of $5,000 would receive $1,000 upon being sworn in as a police officer. They would receive $2,000 upon the successful completion of the field training program, and then an additional $2,000 upon successful completion of their first year of civil service probationary period. We would follow a similar pattern if you were to select the $7,500 and $10,000 options. What this would do is help us be more competitive in the recruiting field and help us attract new police officers. Our neighbor, the city of San Marcos, uses a hiring incentive such as this. Other agencies in the county had a recent discussion where they are considering and asking their elected bodies to approve similar pay incentives. And then as you travel up and down Interstate 35, which is our competitive region, you'll find other cities that are offering the same. So basically you split the total amount that they would receive into three payments. I can divide those out, but because they're not exactly thirds, but they get three payments, one when they get sworn in, one at the completion of FTO, and then one at the completion of their 1 year of service. And that would be advertised in something that we would use as a recruiting tool.
Thanks, Chief.
Sir.
Any questions for Chief? And I think we calculated approximate amount to be about $20,000 a year.
I do think so, yes, sir, and I do think that we could absorb that in our current budget because of salary savings. It'll take us obviously several weeks to get our hiring program for the new fiscal year up and running, So I think we can incorporate that in our current budget unless Pervez has a different, plan for that. But I think we can incorporate that in our first months of salary savings. Because obviously, some of these payments wouldn't be made until the next fiscal year. You wouldn't be making the entire 3 payments in this fiscal year.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the police incentive program as outlined by the chief.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0.
Next up, I'd like to ask our finance director to go through the various amendments he asked us to bring back with the amendment, the dollar amount, and how that amendment will be funded. Pervez?
Yes, sir. So council, you have a handout before you and also on your screen. So let me first give you the layout of the document that you're looking at. At the last budget work session, which was July 28th, City Council directed staff to bring back funding proposals for a number of items that you were interested in funding in the next fiscal year. On each one of these, you passed a motion. So on this document, from left to right, it will show you the council person that made the motion, who seconded the motion, what the council vote was, and then the direction to staff. And then towards the right, you will see the 4 major operating funds of the city: general fund, water utility fund, wastewater utility fund, storm drainage fund, and any other funds that these amendments may impact. So for example, on number 1, the direction to staff by council was, and it was motioned by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, and Councilmember Tobias seconded it. The direction to council was, or to staff was, bring back a funding proposal for amending the proposed budget to add $500,000 for designing a new park in the city. So right below that, you will see a funding proposal that the city manager is bringing back in response to that direction. The funding proposal is worded in such a manner that if any one of council members would like to make it as a motion, you can simply read it, and it's in the form of a motion. So the funding proposal for that council request is to amend the proposed budget for fiscal year 22-23 to add $500,000 for designing a new park and reduce the fund balance in the Park Development Fund by the same amount. So you will see that this does not impact general fund or the water utility fund or the wastewater fund. It affects the Park Development Fund, which is shown under other funds. So it increases the expenditure by $500,000, and it decreases the fund balance in the Park Development Fund by the same amount. So is there any questions that I could answer on how this is formatted?
Yeah, real quick, Perez. So what I would read would be just the amendment or the reduced fund. Which one would it be?
Just the item listed right below the funding proposal.
Right, okay, sounds good. So, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022, 2023 to add $500,000 for designing a new park and reduce the fund balance in the Park Development Fund by the same amount.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we amend the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022, 2023 to add $500,000 for designing a new park and reducing the fund balance in the Park Development Fund by the same amount. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. Can we can someone tell me how this is going to affect the Park Development Fund? Is there anything that we're going to have to give up in order to get this?
No, the funding is coming from available funds.
Okay, can you tell me what the balance is going to be after this fund?
Yes, I definitely can.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure we weren't going to have like no Ferris wheel at the pie in the sky because.
Well, and to keep in mind, everything that's proposed from the Park Development Fund is in the budget already.
Okay.
so nothing that's being proposed in this budget is being cut out by this motion.
So after this funding amendment, the balance will be 1.7 million.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Item number 2, the direction to staff by council was to come back with a funding proposal for amending the proposed budget to increase funding for the Arts in Public Places program by $15,000, increasing from $50,000 to $65,000. This motion was made by Councilmember Flores Kale and was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo.
Motions?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 to add $15,000 to increase funding for the arts in the public places from $50,000 to $65,000 and reduce the fund balance in the hotel occupancy tax fund by the same amount.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo. I'm not going to reread it because it's written out. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 3, the request from council was to come back with a funding proposal for amending the proposed budget to add 2 additional new parks maintenance technician positions, increasing from 3 to a total of 5 proposed new positions for the Parks and Recreation Department. This motion was made by Councilmember Flores Kale and was seconded by Councilmember Parsley.
I would like to make a motion to amend the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the Parks and Recreation Department to add $97,351 for 2 additional park maintenance technician positions, increasing from 3 to a total of 5 proposed new park maintenance technician positions, and reduce the fund balance in the general fund by the same amount.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 4 was direction to staff to come back with a funding proposal for amending the proposed budget to add 1 additional new building maintenance technician position, increasing from 1 to a total of 2 building maintenance technician positions proposed for the Facility Maintenance Division. This was motioned by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo and was seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 for the Facility Maintenance Division to add a $47,335 for 1 additional building maintenance technician position, increase from 1 to a total of 2 proposed in the new building maintenance technician positions, and reduce the fund balance of the general fund at the same time. This position is to, as the Public Safety Center goes online in January or February, we will have, it's a large building and we needed extra staff for it.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Item number 5, direction to staff was to bring back a funding proposal for amending the proposed budget to add 1 neighborhood services supervisor position, increasing the total number of new positions proposed from 20 to a total of 21 new positions for the police department. This motion was made by Councilmember Parsley and was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo.
Mayor, can I make a motion to approve item 5? Do I need to read the whole item?
Yeah, under the funding proposal.
Funding proposal for amending the proposed budget to add 1 neighborhood services supervisor position, increasing the total number of new positions proposed from 20 to a total of 21, New positions proposed for the police department.
The next one underneath, funding proposal, to amend the proposed budget.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
You're fine.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the police department to add $71,737 for one neighborhood services supervisor position and reduce the fund balance in general fund by the same amount. Reduce fund balance $71,737 in the general fund.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Parsley, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Item number 6 was direction to staff to come back with a funding proposal for amending the proposed budget to add $1,500,000 for property acquisitions and to add total funding as estimated by BGK Architects for the 104 South Burleson project. So Mayor and Council, for this item, it has 2 parts. So you will see funding proposal 6A and funding proposal 6B. So 6A is for the property acquisition in the amount of $1.5 million, and funding proposal 6B is for the 104 South Burleson project.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed capital improvement plan budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 as follows: to provide $1.5 million for property acquisitions, add $1.5 million in funding for property acquisition CIP number 14 in fiscal year 2023, defer $1.5 million in funding for new roundabout CIP number 13 in fiscal year 2023, and to amend the proposed capital improvement plan CIP budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 as follows: to add $4,223,300 in additional funding for the 104 South Burleson project, to provide total project funding of $10,422,300 as estimated by BGK Architects. Do I need to read more than that, Pervez? I need to read it all,
Yes,
don't I?
I can go ahead and explain that as I go through, because this will happen in 6 steps to make.
I'm gonna read it out.
Okay.
All the way. Add $4,223,300 in additional funding needed per BGK Architects for the 104 South Burleson Downtown Mixed Use CIP number 10 in fiscal year 2023. Change funding source for street maintenance rehabilitation program CIP number 2 in the amount of $750,000 from general fund to street improvement fund in fiscal year 2023. Change funding source for Kohler's Crossing rehabilitation CIP number 3 in the amount of $2 million from general fund to street improvement fund in fiscal year 2023. Change funding source for FM 150 sidewalk CIP number 5 in the amount of $500,000 from general fund to street improvement fund in fiscal year 2023. Increase transfers out from general fund to general fund CIP in the amount of $973,300 and reduce fund balance in the general fund by the same amount. Defer expenditures totaling $3.2 million from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2024 for the IH-35 southbound frontage at Marketplace Avenue to Center Street CIP number 111 in the street improvement fund. Reduce fund balance by $50,000 in the street improvement fund. So that was a motion. Is there a second? All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the motion? Do you want to explain that, Pervez? Or?
Yes, sir, I can. So for funding proposal 6B, we need a total of $4,223,300. And we are going to make that available by moving funding source between general fund and street improvement fund. So when you look at 6B, the first item moves $750,000 from the general fund to the street improvement fund. It frees up $750,000 in the general fund towards the amount of money we need. Item C, similarly, moves $2 million for the Kohler's Crossing rehab project from general fund to the street improvement fund. Item D
moves $500,000 for FM 150 sidewalks project from general fund to the street improvement fund. And lastly, the remaining $973,300 is from the general fund ending balance.
All right, is there discussion on that motion? Councilmember Florescale.
I'm a little nervous about the sidewalk CIP for 150. And I'm aware it's gonna be on a bond, but without knowing exactly if that bond's gonna pass, it makes me kind of nervous.
We're not deleting that project, we're just simply moving it to a different checkbook. The street-
Oh, so it's still gonna happen? It's just
Yes.
gonna come from
Right,
somewhere else?
nothing's being removed from the scope of our proposed budget.
Okay, perfect, all right. So do we know how that's gonna get then? How that's gonna be funded?
Yes, it's gonna, if you look at towards the far right-hand side, we're deferring $3.2 million in the street improvement fund to make room for all these projects coming in, right? So the southbound frontage at Marketplace Avenue project is delayed naturally by almost a year because TxDOT's process. So when I met with the city engineer, he was very comfortable in deferring it by a year because of the TxDOT's process. So that gives us 3.2 million, and then the $50,000 is coming from the fund balance of the street improvement fund to make the difference.
Okay, so then where is the 150 sidewalk? Where's that gonna come from?
So if you look at item D, the changing in funding source, there's a negative in the general fund. So we're removing it from general fund, freeing up that money. And if you look all the way across, there is a positive 500,000 under other funds. That's the street improvement fund.
Street improvement. Okay, that's all I need to know is that there was street improvement.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Number 7 is the last item that council directed staff to come back with for a funding proposal. And that was come back with the funding proposal for amending the proposed budget to add $20,000 plus a blank per vehicle cost for Opticon systems to the proposed budget for police department. This motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo and was seconded by Councilmember Florescale.
So, just wanted to give a quick overview. I can do that, right? The reason I'm bringing this forward is because in emergency seconds matter. You have to be able to get to an emergency. Our first responders need to get to an emergency as quickly as possible, and seconds matter. And as I talked about this at our last meeting, seconds do matter. In 2002, my brother fell down from a heat stroke and didn't make it. And I still believe to this day, if we would have had a system like this in place, we would have had the proper infrastructure in place as well. He'd probably still be here. It's not gonna help my brother, but it'll help other families. So I'm very and this is also gonna save first responders' lives as well. Allowing them to get through lights safely, it'll be a plus, not only for our police department, but also our fire department. So I strongly support this, and I'm glad to be bringing this forward. So with that, I'd like to make a motion saying, Mayor, I'd like to amend the proposed budget for 2022, 2023 for the police department to add $43,752 for the Opticon system and reduce the fund balance in the general fund by the same amount. Reduce the fund balance by $43,762 in the general fund.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Florescale.
Okay, thank you. I am aware that this was gonna be a shared cost. So this is just the amount we have? Do we know how much the other cost was gonna be? Is it just like split down
This
the
is the estimate that we received from police chief, and this is the city's portion of the cost.
middle? Okay, so can we get a total, like how much would it be if the city just had it all?
I see chief coming up.
Yes, ma'am. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, for the record. So that cost for the initial equipment at the intersections is a split cost, so that $20,000 and change that Pervez mentioned is a split 50-50 with the fire department, and then it is a per vehicle monthly charge that covers the rest of that. So the fire department will pay for their vehicles and the police department will pay for their vehicles monthly.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of, doesn't pertain to you, it's just me trying to figure out if anybody would be amenable to picking up the other 20,000 instead of having the fire department pay that. So then the city, we would have to find another 20,000, but they would pay for their own cars, but the city would then pay for the full amount, which would be the 40,000. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's 40,000 and change, and that's for the infrastructure at each of our intersections. Yes, ma'am.
Because the bottom line is we're gonna need that either way. And maybe to show a little goodwill to the fire department, we cover their amount of like $20,000. Would anybody on council be amenable to that?
Oh, I was hoping that the fire chief would be here to see what their cost was going to be, because this is going to have to be a contract if that's the way we're going. So I guess what you're saying, council members, that we want to pay for the entire cost of this and leave the fire department out? Is that what we're saying?
Correct. We would pay for the cost because I feel like it's something the city's going to need either way. They would pay for their cars and we would pay for our cars. So it would
But
just,
as far as the system itself, that the city would pay for the entire system, but they're in charge of their own trucks and we're in charge of our own cruisers. Is that what you're
correct.
saying?
So it'll increase it by 20,000.
I don't have a problem with that.
So my question on that would be that if we've got a contract with them, how would that affect the contract? If we took on the full burden of the lights? Does anybody know? Chief?
Or just keep it just within ourselves. Just keep it with our police department.
Well, I think the
You know,
whole,
if we're partnering up with the fire department, I think they would have gave us already their estimate as far as what the contract would look like. So that way, when we're voting on this, in general, it would be the full amount.
Well, I think
'Cause
what
you
it
never
is,
know,
we
it
just
could-
split it down the middle.
It could be more. It could exceed the 43,000 on our end, and then we'll have to come up with an additional 3 or maybe 5,000.
Chief, do you know how much it is total? Did I understand you right when you said we paid for 20 and they paid for 20?
Correct.
And then we just paid for our cars. So the total amount of the software is going to be like 40,000.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, just slightly over. I believe it's 41,600 for fiscal year 2023, and then it's that estimated $60 per month in the vehicles.
Okay, so when Councilmember Tobias talks about having a contract, is the city going to have a contract with the fire department, or are we going to have a contract with the software people?
No, ma'am, this would be with the company that would install the equipment. So it would be with the company, not with the fire department.
Okay, so that we would really not need to get any additional information from the fire department?
No, the only thing they would do is contract individually with that company to supply that equipment for their vehicles and pay their monthly fee directly to that company.
would they still be able to utilize the lights?
Yes, sir.
From?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
it'd be the exact same
That was my
technology.
concern right there, is that they wouldn't be able to utilize the system. They'd have to go totally different, so.
Correct.
Okay.
This would be the exact same system, and I believe it's going to be, I'm almost 100% certain, it's the exact same thing that EMS would use as well. So it would also serve our local EMS providers as well as the fire department and the police department. And should other entities in our region, perhaps the Hays County Sheriff's Office or others, want to implement that, all they would simply have to do is add the device to their car. We would be taking care of the equipment that is located at each intersection.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to.
We've already got.
Oh, sorry, we got a motion on there. I
And a
didn't know.
second, you got a motion in a second. Let me think about this for a minute. Look, this is really, really important. We're taking 20,000 burden off them. I'm open to it if, I'd like to get a feel from council, see how they feel about it.
Figuring out how they responded to all our emergencies, especially right next door in February, I think we owe them a lot. So if it's just a $20,000 and it helps them with their duties, that's the way I look at it.
Is there a second? or no?
So,
No, we have to
I
finish the
had the first second, so I'd like to make amendment that staff find an additional $28,000 to cover the full, to bring up the budget to $63,752. I guess it would be something like that. And for us to cover the full Opticom system at the lights and our vehicles.
Second.
And that's amendment on my original motion.
And that's the increase is out of general fund?
Yeah, general
All
fund.
right, so the motion is made to, for an amendment to increase by 20,000. Take that out of general fund and provide for the full amount. Is there discussion on that motion to amend?
Just one thing, Perez, can you work your magic on that? $20,000?
Yes, sir. Only if y'all approve what Jerry's about to share.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Okay.
The gold, platinum,
Wait, do we get to
titanium.
hear it
Yeah.
first?
Okay, here we go.
All right, that's a two-vote item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, the motion to amend carries. Now on the motion to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 6-0.
You did good.
I'm going to stand up for this one. Mayor, Council, for the record, Jerry Hendrix, Acting City Manager. Council directed staff at the last meeting to bring forward a plan for retaining the staff that we have and recruiting the quality staff that we desire for our vacant positions. And I want to thank Assistant City Manager Amber Lewis for being on the team that helped develop this, our Finance Director Pervez Mohit, and our HR Director Sandra Duran as a team effort coming up with this. And what we have for you is kind of a la carte, set of three plans, and we're going to start with the gold plan. So, and these plans are designed to really tell not only the staff that we have, that we value them, and we want you to stay here and continue doing the great job that you're doing, but we want to tell the rest of the world that Kyle cares about recruiting quality staff, and we're willing to go above and beyond to recruit them. So the gold plan, remember we already have an 8.5% general wage increase in the budget. So this builds on that and advances it to a 10% across the board general wage increase. And on top of that, for department heads, all department heads that don't already receive a car allowance would receive a $500 a month car allowance. And I think in the department head realm, as we're recruiting department heads from other cities that might be having to drive further away to come here, that helps them address that extra mileage, at least until they decide to move here. But for the department heads that we have, we realize that they many times use their own cars to conduct their city business, and this compensates that for them. But the third part of these three plans I want to present is actually the least expensive part of these plans, but I think it's the shiny part of the plans that's going to get people's attention. And we all know that prices are going up, and we know that healthcare is an issue for everybody. So in your gold plan, we would issue a health savings account debit card to every employee, and on that plan, in the gold plan, those cards would be preloaded with $500 that the employee could use to cover their deductibles in their medical plan and to pay their co-pays in the office and even buy over-the-counter medications for their families. So that's the gold plan, and the gold plan total cost is $314,000 and change that would come across the four major departments that we have. Our funding departments that we have. Any questions on that plan? So the next plan is the platinum plan. It's the same car allowance for department heads. It's the same health savings account for all employees, but it's a 15% across the board general wage increase for our staff. And that total cost for that plan is $878,000 and change. And that's just 15% across the board. But the plan I'm most proud of, and the plan that staff is going to recommend for you to adopt, is based on what we're seeing on the folks that are leaving us for other jobs, And for what we're seeing from staff we're trying to recruit in terms of what they're asking for against what we have to offer. This plan has the same $500 a month car allowance for department heads. It has an increase to $1,000 for the healthcare savings account that they would be issued. And it has a 20% across the board general wage increase. And I believe if this is the plan that's passed, and I just want to say that Sandra told me earlier today that San Marcos has some things on their agenda tonight that are in response to what's already in our budget. So this would really make a statement to them and other cities that we're serious about our staff. The 20% across the board general wage increase brings us up to what we're seeing in people leaving and what we're trying to recruit. We still have the parity in the budget that can increase that even further to make sure that we're very competitive and that people are competing with us for that quality staff. I think the $1,000 per employee healthcare savings card is a game changer. It tells the staff that we care about them, we care about their families. We know that they're struggling, a lot of them, to make ends meet. We don't want them having to think, do I have the money in my account to go pay my copay, or do I have to weigh that against going to buy some food to put on the table or put gas in my car? So staff recommends the titanium plan, and I'm available to answer any questions you have about any of these plans.
All right. Questions, comments? Councilmember Flores Kale.
All right, thank you. So what if we did, this is called the platinum. The 20% increase is a lot, or it's 8.5 to 20%. But I know how hard our staff works, so I'm not saying no to an increase. But what if we took the platinum and instead of changing it to 20, we changed it to 15? So you would get the $1,000 card, which I think is important.
We're happy to do whatever council directs because it's a big step forward. We want to make the biggest splash we can, and I would expect that this to make the news. That this is a big, serious increase, and it's a big commitment. So I put it all here before you. I'm going to recommend the titanium plan in its entirety, but we'll be very appreciative of any consideration you give us moving forward to help retain and recruit staff.
All right, so what does the other council think about that? Because I'm all about the health care and the benefits. I think a lot of people work for the government and for the city for that. But I also understand that there needs to be a raise. I just don't know if it...
I guess for me, it would be a 10% raise, because there's also potential for, increases for cost of living. $1,000 card would change from $500 to $1,000 card, insurance card, and then the car allowance is probably where I'd be at. And the reason the 10% is because there is a adjusted living raise coming forward soon. I think that's where I would be comfortable with. But yeah, retaining staff is really important to me. I've still got to be physically responsible, and I know we're throwing a lot of dollars out, but.
Sure, I just want to be clear that the 8.5% general wage increase already in the budget is included in that 10%.
Oh, is it? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, I thought that was separate. I'm sorry. Sorry, Jerry.
And I would like to see no less than 15%, only because we're trying to, which we can never compete with the private sector, but in the best way that we can. And we can even do in between 15 and 20.
And the 15% would already have that cost of living increase that we were talking about?
Well, the 15% also includes the already budgeted 8.5% general wage increase.
Right, sounds good.
I also want to point out that the 20% matches what we're seeing people leave us for in other jobs.
You're not leaving us, are you, Jerry?
If they offer them 20%.
And these numbers don't include the city manager, by the way.
Okay.
city manager has his own contract. The city manager doesn't.
So I guess it brings up the question when it comes to the employee survey is why are they leaving? Is it because of salary? Is it, with other issues? I can understand the insurance part increasing because, medication is very expensive. But as far as the increase, is that really the factor of retaining our people? Is that the biggest driving force, is that we're not paying the city employees enough? I get it, taxes are high, I get it. A lot of people are leaving Austin because you can't even afford the $600,000 homes that are out there. But is that the really driving force, that people are leaving this city because they're not getting paid?
I can tell you that a number of the folks that have left that I've talked to, and I've talked to them about why they're leaving, and they've said they just got an offer that they couldn't refuse. And I don't want to give you names right now, but
Sure.
I can give you names.
But it's just in general, when
in
people
general,
are
it's-
leaving the city, is it because of
It is
the
money.
salary, the
It
money?
is money.
It's all about the money.
And for most of the time that I've been here, we've been able to recruit very talented staff for less money just based on our culture. But the difference now, the delta between what we're paying and what other municipalities and other agencies are paying is huge. And it's between 20 and 30%. I will give an example of a crew member that left for another city that went from $15 an hour to $19 an hour. And I could give you more examples,
But if we give them that $19 an hour,
$19
are they
from 15
staying?
to 19 is, yeah, that's
Are they
would have stayed.
gonna be longevity? That's
You're trying to put food on your tables, you're trying to support your family, and prices are going up right and left.
Taxes too.
Beg pardon?
Taxes too.
Right,
Wait, $19 an hour is only $39,000 a year.
exactly.
I can't even rent an apartment for $39,520. And I'm not trying to say let's that's, to hear that someone makes $15 an hour as a city, that's.
So there was a story in CNN earlier this week that for wages generally across the board, they're going up. But the sector that is lagging behind in wage increases is the public sector, schools, municipalities, and government.
I'd like to make a motion to approve a 20% general wage increase, a $1,000 insurance card stipend, and the car allowance, also known as the Platinum Plan. Titanium Plan. Motion made by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Bradshaw. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All
Thank
opposed?
you very much, Council.
Motion carries 6-0. Motion to adjourn. All right, we're adjourned.
Second.
Item, or was that it? First reading, approve an
Mayor.
ordinance of the city of Kyle. What's
Mayor.
A quick question, clarification. Did the council vote on the first reading of the budget ordinance? So that
Oh,
needs-
so right, those are just the amendments. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
so hang on, we got a few more votes. Sorry, we got excited there. All right, so we're gonna we still have item number 41 open. I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget
Second, but
as amended. All right, is there discussion on that motion? Councilmember Florescale.
I would like to see if we can bring back some kind of funding for, I think it was $85,000 for the storm shelters that was removed.
For our next reading?
Yeah, for our next reading. I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to amend the approval to bring back a proposal for storm shelters for $85,000. Is there discussion on that? It's to bring back a proposal.
A proposal, please.
All right.
So I would love to see if there's some kind of government funding out there. If William could, if you could find something out there that would help some of that, would be great. I don't know if there's anything out there. in the
Not right
first
now.
year.
You bring it in your proposal
Yeah,
next
the proposal.
because it'll be at 5:30. We'll have
Yeah.
energy to
Yeah, yeah.
discuss it then.
Thank
So,
you, William.
sorry.
Oh my
God, it's almost
All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Now we're taking the vote on the budget. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right, next up, agenda item 42, first reading, approve an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, fixing the ad valorem tax rate, property tax rate for fiscal year 2022, 2023, tax year 2022 at .5082 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation, providing for the levying of ad valorem taxes for use in support of the municipal government of the City of Kyle for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023, providing for apportioning each tax levy for specific purposes and providing when ad valorem taxes shall become due and when same shall become delinquent if not paid. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kells. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
We're gonna need
Motion
that.
carries 6-0. Are we okay to adjourn?
Yes, sir.
Motion to adjourn. I need a second. All right, we're adjourned.